All right. Once again, back to streaming and working on my game. Let me get everything already. Good old kick leaves the audio enabled on the thing where you actually keep on like the audio monitor on the back there. It's weird. You think they'll realize they should probably, I don't know, not do that? Just maybe. It's kind of weird. I picked up a sub in the meantime. I like that. Alright, so I'm gonna score. Let's put all the messages up at all the places. Gotta admit that I'd much rather everyone join the Discord than be like, and follow or, well, I guess subscribe to YouTube and all those things. I still rather they join the Discord. I mean, those people are the ones that, care the most about your success, so. If you're dreaming of being successful yourself, not that I really know how to be successful yet, but I'm imagining that having a Discord's a pretty good start. You definitely got to build one. Of course, I haven't built that one for a couple of years now, so it takes a while if you're willing to invest the time. If not, whew, game dev is the wrong thing for you. But if you are, it's very rewarding. Ooh, true. All right. Okay, well, those enabled. Get scored out of the way because I can't see my monitor. Something's yanking on that, making it hard to. Actually, wasn't even plugged in. Fantastic. Oh, wait, that sucks. Wonder if Kick will ever take off for me. I mean, I don't know much about it, to be fair. It's not like I have enough time to sit and watch people on Kick, which I don't even have time to watch people on Twitch, so I mean, that one's worked out okay for me so far, but it's only so much time. It's worked out okay for me so far. I should probably try to find more time, though, to be fair. Sleep is for the weak, as they say. Okay. So what was my plan to work on today? Where'd OBS go? Trying to keep track of what people are saying. Because that's the theory. Where's my to-do list? I added a bunch of things to it. I'm sure I'll go back to working on the map thing in a second. One of the things I want to work on is how the tarot thing works. For how the Magician 3 works. Yeah. I have a portal parent. Good job, me. Oh. Well, that much I don't need. Oh, wait, this is interesting. I want a different portal for this. I was thinking of, instead of using a particle for that, I would just have the cube open up out of a portal and then vanish out of a portal, which seems cooler to me than the other. It might not look good, I don't know yet. We'll find out. It looked terrible. But that's okay. There's no animation. That's the one I want? It's gonna be kind of a pain to change this. It's not like a regular particle. I don't want to use that one, so use it for something else. It's more like a holy portal, I think. Is this one that was all crazy? Something like this is probably better, where it just pulls it from a little pocket dimension. I don't think I have a follow witch command, unless there is one. I should probably, I gotta make commands for things. I probably should. Does that work for everyone? I have questions. Let's see. That work? Does it? Does it? Oh, okay, it does work for everyone. Let's look at the followers messages, because I thought I had some sort of command I had to put in, and I was like, oh, let's see. Turns out it's not. Important questions, it must be asked. I think I'm just gonna dupe this one, actually. I'll call this Portal Magician here. I probably hit him in portals. Seems like a logical place to stuff it. I can just add that as a child of the cube. I don't even need to do anything special. I'm scaling everything on it, so if I just add that as a child. That should scale just fine. Oh. Okay, well, you see, I probably shouldn't add it as a child of itself. Wrong click. Yeah, child of itself. It's a thing you could do with your time, I guess. Remember not to eat before the stream. Every time I do, I always feel like, ugh. Eat like long before the stream. I'll be happier that way. Or eat small things. This thing here. Okay, well. No, it'll do this whole thing like that. This actually needs to be separate entirely. I could just spawn it at the location, not as part of it. Grow it that way. That's true. The little portal idea is going to take a little more timing, I think, than the crappy particles, but... I mean... it works. Was it like 2 or something? We'll call this ending scale. Oh, full scale. Full size. You saw how big it was. It was obviously insane. Can't do that. Stop leaning on this arm. It's hurting my arm. Very annoying. Huh. I changed the thumbnail on the video I had and retitled it, and suddenly it's getting a few more views. Clear proof that I know nothing about YouTube. I am dumb. Very simple. I am dumb. When it comes to the ways of the tubes, I am dumb. I think I'm just gonna spawn it as a 0 and have it grow. Alright, so we spawn that, and then I do want to play this sound. And then full size will be on A for this one, down to 0s. At least I know I always wanted to start and end at 0. Right, so don't need a variable for that one. Full size, however, that thing was huge. So we'll do like 0.3. I might as well use these portals for things, and the particles they have are ugly. I don't like them at all. So I'll experiment a bit. What's the worst that happens? I don't like that either? Okay. I got given all these things by Epic, I might as well use them. That's not terrible. It sucks that this is a static mesh actor and the base thing is the mesh itself. I wish I had not done it that way. Oh wait, I did not make that one. But over here, movable parent is a static mesh thingy. I did it because they wouldn't use floating in this one thing, and now I regret it because I mean they couldn't float in the water in this one thing. I might put that back in, I guess. Maybe I won't regret it then, but throwing stuff in the water would be interesting. There aren't any places left to use water in though, so I don't know how interesting it'd be. I could make you go through the Emperor way that way. That way is already so awful as is. I don't know if I want to do that to people. Seems like it might be a little hard on them. Let's do this differently here. Instead of this sequence here, let's put this at the end here. No, I don't need this anymore. I'm gonna add a rotating movement to this. I have an idea on how to make this maybe interesting. Well, it starts the 180 there. We'll see how that goes. It might look terrible, but we gotta find out. Why does it do that and then that? Probably because your scale is not set correct anyway. Hey, Algebra Dev, how's it going? I didn't hear that blurb. Or maybe I just didn't notice. Did it play a blurb? That's a question. Hey Martha, how's it going? Let's work? Yeah. Always. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me put the scene up for that as the blurb. No one doesn't work. And I was like, wait a minute, I had the one up for the tutorials. Let's see, you played... It doesn't say which one you played. Which one did you play? I'll play it for you. Yeah, whenever in tutorials, I have a different one so I don't have all this extra weird crap spawning up on the screen during the tutorials. Kind of forgot. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, that's always true. That is true. Blah, 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 blah. How far down is this one? There we go. Let's do it.
Good news, I found out the source of my problems. The bad news is it's me!
Yes, it is always me. I gotta find more blurps. I haven't gotten any for a while. Now it offers up the cube. It's like... But... What are you doing? Why are you sliding? Oh, I put the rotating movement on the cube? Oh my god, did I really? I was like, wait a minute. Someone did a dumb here. I'm supposed to put it on the portal. But so the portal rotates. Also, it can shrink back down faster than this timeline. Actually, to be fair, I don't even need to do. I can just remove the delay in between because I don't need a 2-second delay necessarily right here. Or just reduce it. We'll reduce it for now. I decided I wanted the a portal to open up and drop out a cube as opposed to those crappy particles, which just it didn't look good. Oh, I clipped the wrong one. Nice. Oh, I didn't do the rotating movement. I did. Why aren't you rotating? Did it not work right? Do I have to do it this way? Everything can rotate. Now that actually helps. It might not actually rotate the well, it's supposed to rotate the whole thing. In theory. It does not. Oh. It's because I'm a goofball. That needs to say movable. I mean, I know I'm a goofball, but seriously. Does me review 5.6 have vastly improved shader outcomes? Maybe? I hadn't really noticed, but I mean, it could. Maybe the fact that I haven't really noticed says that they are really fast. Because 9 times out of 10 when I notice something UE does, it's because it did it slowly or badly. It's rarely because it did it right. So, I mean, to be fair... It's so awkward that it plays this what actually, you know, before it even lets it compile these first. I always wonder why it does that. Also why dragging it in the world is just like 1,000 times faster. Whatever. Oh, okay. You know, I mean, I heard they did a lot of improvement thingies. That might be one of them. I usually just pay attention to whatever big name thing they did. There we go. That's way better than the other thing. Admittedly, it would probably be better if it was actually drawn on top of it first. Actually, this is backwards. The portal should spawn the cube. Poppet should spawn the portal. Ah. But if I do it that way, that doesn't give her an easy way to capture it, does it? Do I have a capture object option already on these? I think I do. The things we do for visuals. But I'm gonna want to recycle the portals to make all kinds of things, because it'd just be kind of cool if every time you use like a tarot card, some sort of portal opens up and something comes out. It's more sinister that way. Like when I first made this, I wasn't thinking, oh man, portals. But now I'm thinking with portals, right? Important to note, I'm thinking with portals. Epic does have a way of giving me stuff that gives me new ideas. I've even been eyeing that sewer stuff going, you know, there would be sewers below the building. It's not wrong. There would be sewers. Like there could be a DLC thing where you actually go down into the sewers for some reason. Don't know why you would, but just thinking for the future. Where's the little parent? How did I code this back in the day? I do have capture object. You could just call capture object as its base at the start. And I just spawn the portal. Okay, let's do this in reverse. Let me move this over the portal real quick. Then this will capture object. Itself. Get player character. Hey Bard, how's it going? I hate to put them directly on top of each other. It's just slightly off to me. I never want these on anything. I hate event tick. Totally a lie. There's like one area where Epic used it, so I'm priced into using it because Epic used it there. But otherwise, that means for Poppet, she spawns a magician portal now for her tarot thing. Now would be under this ability here. And the magician portal then spawns the cube midway through after it grows, and then that is handed to Poppet. So this way it'll stay where it's at. which is, I think, a little better. See if I missed anything and all that. I might have. I mean, it happens. Oh, well, you see, here's one problem. First off, that's cool that it goes infinite. I forgot to change on this that it's supposed to be the cube. I just copy pasted this one, and it, you know, it's still says the portal, so it just goes forever. It is cool that it goes forever, though. I mean, I do enjoy this as an effect. It's probably not necessary, but it's cool that it does forever. It's a little slower than I like, though. Let's do a second. I like it better than the other garbage thing. It is a little slow, though. See, way better. It's like... I guess if you yank it like this, it's a little weird, but... I do want you this mid-combat, so I don't think there should be much of any kind of delay on anything. Well, it can slowly vanish with the delay. It just needs to spawn the Cuban fast, that's all. Cuban. Okay, well. When you say it really fast together, it does sound awkward. That's still way better than the other. Even though you can kind of pull it away from the thing a little quick, but it's a little slow. I like you can throw the cubes, it's still tiny a little bit if you're real quick. I need to have a second one of these. Is that what I want to do? Yeah, probably. It arrives from a portal, it ends through a portal. I'm gonna have these portals all over my game, I know it. I'm just gonna get rid of this spawn active in this one. Ram this into here. And then just time it. And so when it destroys stuff, it'll just do this, so... Oh, I should have copied that. I don't have to do that, I can copy it from here. It's being dumb. Just this, the portal will make all the noise for me. I don't really need the sound too, probably. No, it's called the Magician Portal. Neat effects are fun. That's kind of cool. I need to be a little bigger though. Hear me out. She a little small. Wish there was a way to lock it and change all these on a vector variable. That'd be very handy. Not so much. That's a little better. I kind of like that. The argument is whether or not it needs to be slightly bigger or not. Because it doesn't quite fit very well on the cube when it evaporates it. So maybe it needs to be slightly bigger. It's so convenient that the Magician is also about creation and everything like that, so this actually just completely fits with it. You know? That's probably better. It goes. I want enemies to vanish with a portal too. Now, what if enemies spawned in with a portal? Oh. Oh. So I just spawned in by... I don't even remember this. It's some weirdo looking not great thing that I use. Like I say, portals weren't a thing until I had portals, so, you know. If the effect looks better, let me start using that effect. Because the other effect looks... Well... Sometimes in life you have to get used to disappointment. And that about sums up the other effect. But if portals... I could just expose parameters on that and then spawn them in like that with those parameters set, and it would be real good. Yeah, I have that. Okay, that's not that bad. I guess to be fair, it's really not that bad. Like, of all the particles I've seen in this game, I would say that's one of the least offensive ones. Bonk. As long as it hides them. That's not the same location. Why is it somewhere else and not where it's supposed to be? I have questions. BPM PC. The whole point of that particle is to hide them vanishing, so why? You know, if it doesn't do that, kind of defeats the purpose. No. Oh, that's the boss. Component location. Sure. Well, I see why I did this. Well, this is spawning the bloody mess. That's fine. That one works. I don't understand why I would change that. I'm getting the actor transform unless maybe the actor doesn't quite move with it because of when it slides, would be my guess. There's some physics involved with the mesh, so anything else on the mesh wouldn't necessarily move, and I guess the actor itself is not the mesh, so that might be true. So something that does like knocks them like that would be mess with it. That's a little closer. Oh, I'm watching vanish now. We're scuba they're coming in. Nobody leave. That's fine. A bug I didn't realize was there, but I guess I've seen it before and forgot about it. It's a little slow to spawn that. I want this, but I also want one other thing here. I think it's the hit particle. That's a particle, I believe. Nope. Damaged. What do I call it? Is it even a variable? Doesn't seem like it. So target damage, I think, is the one. You can't play an animation on in a function, so damaged emitter. Yeah, good old Kick, showing me more spammers every day. How fantastic for them. Figured out how to ban people on Kick. I get the feeling Kick might take a real long time to take off. They don't have a game dev community yet. It's pretty obvious they don't. Unlike on, you know, Twitch with their, you know, where the community raids each other. I can see this being a thing. Oh, this is probably the normal death, not alternate death, so. I probably want to take this and then multiply it by 2, honestly. Because, actually, I'm gonna promote this to your variable because I had 2 locations. I don't want to keep changing it. So, there's in 1 location I probably wouldn't worry that much, but yeah, I don't want to do that to myself. No, multiplier. Wait. No. Let's make it a float. Make that to double precision. Then I only have to type a 2 in instead of like 2 point, you know, or just 2 on each thing, right? Like, yeah, set a new default value, okay? You feel better about that? So yeah, just doing that seems way better because I don't want to type the thing 3 times. I mean, it's a minor thing, but it's annoying. It should actually be actor scale. Something like this. On the other one, it should be the same. Actor scale. So this way, if they're bigger, you know, the particle will be bigger. There's lots of little particles and sound effects that have never been added in, so I need to start doing that. That one won't do what I want. That did not spawn any kind of particle there. Oh. I put it in the wrong location. Oops, I hate when I double click those. I'll clean it up in a sec. I had to go through and do a huge amount of sound work too. particle work, and just in general, a lot of things need to be way better than they are. Really clean up how the game performs. I mean, the FPS is already pretty good, but clean up everything else. That just looks weird. Could just be the wrong particle, though. Don't I have a blood pack? Why am I using that? Not that one though, it's a bleeding pack. Oh, it's an aggro. Alright, why? This isn't scalable, is it? Let's test it. Does it scale? Let's move it on to the thing and see. It does. I'm so happy that the scaling now actually works, where they have it allow scalability in here. That's a new feature they added in, and it made this blood pack actually useful. It wasn't that useful before, but now I can use it on everything, which is kind of an upgrade over the garbage, you know, singular one I had, which was not great. We'll do like the blood splash high, I think. I'm just gonna add this as a hit one, I think. Because I also add it to the thing instead of spawning it. I think you need a bunch of times anyway and they'll use it, so screw it. Yeah, that's not bad. Well, I could actually just spawn it too. So it's the hit blood particle. Sure. Rotation. I've been messing with rotation in a sec. Let me compile that and add it as an option. In case I want to change it for other ones, I suppose I can. Oh, I didn't actually need the rest of this. I only needed we call this death blood particle. I'm just making it canon that there's blood in the dolls because I don't have like yarn flying or anything, like, you know, stuffing or whatever is an option. And besides, it's creepier if it's full of blood. Right? Can I not remove them all? And then the whole thing explodes. The end. That's how you end your dev day. Everything just blows up. You're like, well, Unreal Engine 1 to quit for the day. Even the machines need a break. Sure. Not sure I want a rotation or not, but we'll see. Ever since the 3D text bug, I've learned to compile first, then save. Don't save, then compile. Don't do that to yourself. If there's a problem with it, you can end up with a thing where it breaks your project. Very dangerous. Very dangerous indeed. That one was in a wall, that one was in a wall. How inconvenient for me. That one landed inside a cube. Really? No. Didn't even spawn it. Oh, because I didn't give it a particle. That's probably why. I imagine that's important. Call me crazy, but that's probably important. I'm gonna take the active rotation on this one. That was kind of not particularly enjoyable. Doesn't look like it's scaled at all. Maybe it has to be on there to scale because the other scale doesn't seem to scale at all. Well, I might be adding those there instead of just activating a system. Even now the game feels a little darker than I want it to be, I guess, but it also has to look dark too, so... You're not something that dies with blood. It's like it doesn't scale unless it's on them. That's what I'm seeing. Like the allow scalability just doesn't do what you want it to. It looked way bigger there too, didn't it? Don't need a very long delay. 0.2 should be more than acceptable. This is why we clean up after the fact, because, you know, I might just completely delete all the crap and then it might come back in a second, so until I know for certain. Actually, what I'm doing now is deactivate. But where? Actually, it would just be on Bloody Mess here. It's pretty fast. I can't imagine it for that long. That's way better. Yeah, the Niagara ones don't scale if you spawn them in. They only spawn if they're attached. That's way better. That one looked like it vomited blood, which was actually great to me. Interesting. Well, it looks way better, so we're gonna go that route for certain. But I'm also gonna do a hit one instead, and I'm gonna put it on there instead of the other option because it follows with, and it's just kind of like better. Oh well, let me deactivate the other one. Do not auto-activate, please. Now move this one around. I guess it spawns better. The other one just kind of fired straight at me anyway. I couldn't even tell where else it was going, so... Perhaps I just do this too, just literally... position this one like it's the other and just say, okay. That's probably the best right there. You can't even see the hit at location anywhere on the other one. It just literally shoots it up in the air. It looks stupid. Like, the difference is I can't see one. But if things ain't gonna, you know... ain't gonna scale with these, I might as well use these to look better. Technically, it has to calculate where it's at in the world at all times, so it's kind of not the world's best option, but...
Why doesn't this do this on both? Like, it shouldn't even matter with a line trace here because I'm not changing anything up, so like, it doesn't even matter with a line trace. I can just get rid of that. Well, if never mind, the line trace exists because there's an overlapping option otherwise to prevent the
Well, just another way to check.
because you know projectiles don't use line traces. I suppose I could make them use a line trace. It'd be awkward and weird. I don't know why I would do that, but technically I could do that. Either way, this needs to be activated. But if that's the case, let's just do it after. Instead of doing all that, and you can just bypass if it happens to be a line trace. Bypass the other check, which is the whole point. Probably squished him this way, actually. There's no deactivate at the end of this, so... Should probably activate it here, actually. Yeah. I don't know why I was at the other one. I guess it was just spawning there, but... You can't do anything time-based inside of a function, so... That's why this is here, so I can, do that. Yes. There's actually a pretty strong argument for just putting it all on the graph here and just having it be a function that triggers this. That is a really strong argument, actually. Because, you know, this is kind of wonky to have all this crap here and have to do this in the middle of it. And everything here could easily be on that other graph. It's just literally right here is the only thing that makes a difference. I could just set all these variables and like right here just begin the whole thing. But I'd still have this because this is still an interface call. And if an interface has a return option of any sort, then it can't be on the graph. It has to be inside a function.
You may have heard on this one here. Well, the more I do this, the more I streamline everything anyway. A lot of stuff I could never streamline in the start though because I didn't know what I needed, so it'd be hard to predict the needs of like 100 enemies and like 14 bosses. Yeah, right. I didn't know I was gonna have enemies that didn't have, you know, they were just component parts and didn't have blood or anything like that. So they have their own death sequence that's completely different because of that. How can you know these things in advance? I guess this does have a return option, so I gotta have something for that return no matter what, so it'd be split pain either way. Oh, let me remove the other one from target damage thing, so I don't need it anymore if I didn't already do it. Yeah, I don't need this.
I still have to go through and add that same materialized thing to all the other weapons. I gotta finish making all the weapons too, I guess. This weapon's so big you can't even see things get hit by it. Like, the blood gets obscured by how big this weapon is. Like, I even see it. Okay, well... Why am I missing you? I saw it there. Barely. It's not long enough. I mean, it's not a really long particle, but I think it needs longer than the animation. 'Cause I only saw it one time, and that's no fun. I want blood everywhere. I paid for a blood pack, for God's sakes. I'm gonna use it. Especially now that they actually scale because, you know, Epic improved their engine. Epic's a real homie. Whenever, you know, I need something fixed, Epic fixes it eventually. Or I just add something new that's even better. Maybe I'll use the one that's on me, because the one that's on, like, well, it's on Poppet, because it looks so much better than that one. People say never use components on your characters. Well, so anyway. I don't need the sky mesh thing anymore. I'm going to change it. I'm going to redo this night. Having a light that's based just upon you spending curse for it is... It's okay, I guess. It'd be like the third thing that produces effectively a light. Well, actually, that's not true, right? Because the star is sort of like a light in that it trades your health for your sanity. It's not a light, though. It's not an actual light. And the devil has a thing where it reverses how the curse works, so that in the darkness you actually gain sanity, but you don't gain curse power. And in the light, you gain curse and lose your sanity. So that's effectively like a light, but it's not a light. So that would make the sun the only actual light. So it'd be like you could trade your curse then for effectively sanity. It doesn't heal. Well, no, it's heal your sanity. And you can't gain curse back because you're standing in a light, obviously. So that doesn't work for, you know, getting curse back. So it doesn't really go infinite that way. Admittedly, the star plus any of the strong heals is actually infinite time in the darkness. So it's just using the devil, though. So I guess you don't have to chain crap if you don't want to. I mean, since the star can trade your health for sanity, anything that could heal fast enough could actually just, you could swap back and forth and just stay in the darkness forever. Have infinite curse. Whereas the devil doesn't give you infinite curse, the devil gives you no curse because it treats the darkness like it's the light at that point. True. That's an interesting idea. It's a question I ask myself a lot is, how many ways to accomplish a similar task do you need? I mean, they're all different. But how often are you going to use one over another? And almost all of them need a weapon or some sort of way to fight, because if there's no way to fight, then you're going to want to switch off it immediately and only switch to it exactly when you need it. But you'll have to switch to clear all the enemies and then switch that real fast and switch back. So if they have no means of fighting at all, it's kind of obnoxious. Also, I kind of want a weapon for all of them anyway, because it gives you a reason to equip it. But some of them just don't have a weapon usage at the point. I mean, the Emperor auto-activates.
strength auto activates. I want a reason to equip every single tarot card. I don't want auto all abilities on things. I actually think the Magician or the Empress are like the perfect abilities because they have means of fighting. Though their means of fighting are not the best means of fighting you have, but you could still fight with them. They have a traversal ability that you would want to use, or need to use in some cases. Yeah, like, I mean, they're both pretty good and provide an interesting gameplay setup while providing all the Metroidvania requirements. So I think they're like the two perfect tarots at the moment. The Fool has nothing like that, unless I align dodge with it. Like maybe the Fool gives you dodge, but it's going to be dodge at the start. But dodge does seem like it should be an ability you get from the Fool, not something you just start with, because it's like an invincible dodge. But that's your only defense at the moment besides jumping. You can always just jump, which actually is pretty effective for dodging attacks. Just look at Expedition 33. You have like, you know, dodge, jump, and like parry is your three things. There you go. I have two of them. I don't know if I want to include a block in the game. I keep thinking about it. If I do, then I can actually align dodge with being one of the Fool abilities and then give it out quickly. I should probably also align strength with the grabbing ledges again. Again, I need to just... Well, that makes strength have no active abilities as far as you never have to equip it. And I don't really want to have you equip it to grab a ledge. That would be tedious. So it could just be a static ability Poppet has to grab the ledges and pull yourself up. That's fair. Hey, AV, how's it going? Hey, Angel One, what the WTF? I guess your name is actually WTF. I was gonna say the when Stipor was like going. Technically not your name. Hello, my name is Market Player. Fair. Where did I? I mean, I'm surprised there isn't just someone who like says their name is Market Player and starts a YouTube career off that, right? With like just enough name recognition so that people get into it, and someone should just go make that right now. Oh, I'm sure thing, Evie. Thanks for the raid. Hey, Asher. How's it going? Oh, wow. Thanks for follow Angel Von WTF and Asher or 318. I was building a new ability, but then I decided things didn't bleed enough, and now I'm making them bleed more. But I have a new ability. It's very exciting. Reached Mexico City? Nice, nice. South of the border from me. I'm up in California, so... Guess I'll pause this music and play this music then. Hey, Unway Mass Del Monton. Hello, I hope you have a nice night, and I'll hear reports. Yeah. Well, I hope you have a nice night too. I can't equip the hat. I have a new ability where it spawns, like, you know, normally you could pick up these cubes and throw them, whatever, as like that. But now you can actually spawn them too. And they vanish after a time. And you can use them to jump on, or you can just throw them. Aha! And then when they finally run out, they go doot, 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 doot. That's right, game dev power. So this is my new toy because I saw someone making a sand sim game, actually Innsbruck, I believe. And I was like, okay, well, listen. I can make cubes. I didn't make as many as him. He was making, you know, like a Minecraft style sand simulation, and I'm obviously throwing this at this thing's face because it's really... Are you too cool for me? Is that the problem here? Haha. Get hit by a cube. I was gonna climb with these, but then someone had to keep shooting me in the face.
So they're getting hit by a cube until they die. They know what they did. I could just summon cubes. I don't know why I'm not. Keep shooting the cube as it's in the air and the cube doesn't understand. There we go. Ha ha! Yeah, every time I see someone making I raid someone and I see their game or something like that, I can find new abilities. And I'm like, my game could have that. One guy had a his game, you were playing a frog and he was like simulating, actually he was just fighting bugs and things. And then I stole his tongue ability. I was like, listen, I have a tongue ability too. We of course it's a rope around her neck and it's the hanged man, but it's like the tongue ability. Well, I can make cubes, that's right. That's the power of being a game dev. I too can make cubes. Every time I see a cool ability in a game, I just have to have it too. That's how the cubes came about. I was playing Control, and I was like, oh, so telekinesis, I need this. And that's how this came out. I was like, oh, look, now I can do the same. Mine's not as integral to the game as theirs is, I'm sure, but nor is it as quite as powerful weapon. It is a traversal mechanic, though. Oh, catch you later, my way, Master Mountain. It's like, woohoo. Yeah, I've been making lots of new abilities. Get bonked, losers. But this was the one of the day. Currently working on a scythe, too. Mostly it's just a weapon to fight with, but we're fighting, Lindsay. I'm adding more blood to the game, so as you can see, it's important. We need blood. The dolls should have blood in them. It's always more disturbing when the dolls have blood. Right now, the hit particle for them is not very good. The hit particle for me is way better. Because when Poppet gets hit, you can tell she got hit. When that gets hit, not so much. Like I said, the world enabled. That's fair. Other new thing I added that was pretty cool. Epic gave me some portals. So I was like, I need portals in my game now. So now the cubes are summoned by portals. There's a portal in here. I might use more portals for effects because they're just cooler than the particles. So I was like, oh, I just summon things from a portal. Each tarot card summons a portal and then... Yes, yes. Oh yeah, my gameplay tag tutorial. I'm gonna go get rid of these. I discovered I can just put words in here and make titles for things. But selecting them is kind of hard through all these portal rays, if you will. Alright, let me disable the world real fast to show how this works, because otherwise it'll just automatically work, and that's no fun. I went to all the trouble to make these cool portals. I disable the world. So I made a portal that checks for every single tarot card in the game, and if you have them all, it opens up. Oh, I put the wrong picture in here. Whatever. Guess I can change that out too to the other one. That's not it. No, that's a sound. Vortex here. Is this the one? This one here. Bad image and... Appear to have lost it. Well, I'll just use one of these then. It doesn't matter. Something looks better than that one. Oh, that's perfect. That's the one I wanted. Oh, yeah. Alright. So now... Import. Import. You get to this room and it'll show all the cards you've actually collected. I guess that's the wrong portal now. I didn't change the picture. That's interesting. Anyway, it opens up a portal and then it's supposed to be a different picture, but you go whoop. So I'm gonna have a portal to a different area. You'll see. It'll all make sense eventually. This is like super late in the game, but I just thought it was super cool that Epic was like, hey, you want a portal? I was like, yes. I need portals. Portals are good. Yes, portals are good. Yes. That's interesting that this is not the right one. Maybe it was like two sides. Now I'm curious. I put portals everywhere. There we go. That image, I think it was just, it has an image on both sides. Doesn't go anywhere yet, but soon. Soon, portals. Yes, that excites me. Yeah, they gave me a whole bunch of them to look at. And now I'm just going to stuff portals everywhere, because how can I not want to do that? Like, I mean, let's just be real here. I mean, that's just too many. They're portals. I'm thinking with portals here, it's important. Okay? Like, Valve told me to do that years ago, and I finally am doing it. I'm finally listening. Yeah, these are all the portals. I'll just go run along. Oh. Well, someone didn't make a solid ground. Well, fair enough. We'll just look at them, I guess. Yeah. There's lots of portals to choose from. This one's particularly cool. I like this one. I don't want to use it for yet, though. I mean, you can change the picture in them, as I was just doing in those like that, but just the effect for the portals are cool. Epic do be giving the free stuff. I don't really like that one as much. And of course the one I was using there. But, well, I guess this was technically the one I was using. Fair enough. So this is like all fire. But yes, they gave me these cool things, and now I'm going to put them everywhere. Because I realized I could use them as a particle instead. I was like, well, if I just make it grow and then shrink, it can be a particle. Anyway, what were you up to? Anything exciting? I mean, I assume you were doing something exciting. What'd you do in your stream? Inquiring minds would like to know. One of these days I gotta catch your stream. One of these days I gotta get off work early. Unless you stream on the weekends. If you stream on my weekends, I can catch those. That is true. I don't know if I've showed off the second area to people or not. I guess I could play through the second area for what I got. It's fair. I'll come back to all those other things. Just coloring a bit? What are you coloring? What you doing? I like coloring. Wee. Kind of wanted a black flip in there. It'd be awesome. God, I made them take too much damage. The save zone for your game? What kind of game are you making? Now I have questions. I'm always interested in people making games. Push the button. So you're making your own font? Beat 'em up, but a shooter. So, like, do you, like, you know, punch, kick, and then in the middle of a combo, shoot him with a gun? That'd be wild. Gun fu. Karate? Nah, gun fu. Alright, it works for me. You're not gonna miss it point blank, that's for certain. Maybe a rocket launcher or something as a super. There's like, you know, kick, punch, maybe a launcher or something like that, then shoot him with a rocket launcher. That actually does sound kind of fun thinking about it, to be fair. That does actually sound fun. I guess to be fair, there's never any point where I've thought to myself, man, they gave me a rocket launcher. Never said this in my life. Ever. Actually, that'd be wild, but nah, just shooting. It looks like I beat him up. Oh, okay. I mean, bullets beat people up. They're just a lot more efficient about it. We have grenades. We have the technology. Oh my god. With this technology, we shall control the streets. What's left of them? Well, now I want grenades. You see what you done here? Now I gotta make a grenade of some sort. Do I have anything that's like a grenade? I have a lot of things that are like bombs. The Empress is basically bombs. Actually, I guess to be fair, the Wheel of Fortune's like a grenade that bounces. That's fair. Because the black dice bounce and then they land by something, roll a number, and whatever they roll, that's how much damage they do. That's like a grenade. It doesn't explode like a grenade, though. And I kind of explode like a grenade. Explosions are always good. I never feel bad about them. I'd like to get the sick gun fu combos. Yeah. Every time I think to myself, it's time to add air combos, I put on that Devil Trigger song. If in listening to that, you don't want to add air combos to your game, you're not hearing the same song I am. Running out of time? Well, I feel that one all too well. Yes, I do. I'm not even truly running out of time yet, but sure feels like I am. So when are you trying to be finished by? I think this whole system actually works. I just need to add in stuff. That just spawns everywhere. Whee. I forgot to make the dash so much weaker. I'm sitting on like, I think 15 months left to finish, but I probably need to have it finished 3 months before that for purposes of testing. Is there an ad break running right now? Am I talking to myself? Okay, no, I'm not. I actually almost had air combos in this game, but I tested them and they just worked really badly, so I took them out. Yeah, game and stuff. You get the alpha ready for next week and the beta next month. I'm thinking, wow. Okay, well, that's fast. Are you like applying for an epic mega grant or something? I'm like, why do you have to have the alpha ready in a week? That's fast. I don't. My Mac could probably technically just release something as an alpha if I wanted, but instead I'm working on later chapters. Oh, I forgot all about this. Yeah, let me add that to my list of things to do. I keep forgetting. Fish. Get the water. Transform. Sunken Ratu. The water ship transform. Oh, it's a school project. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I thought you had to have it out there because, you know, you had some publisher or you were trying to get a grant or something. Like, I'm right now, 2 days ago is when it started, and it goes all the way to, I believe, September 22nd? Question mark? Is the window to apply for the Epic Mega Grants for this half of the year. So I want to get a project together that is, hopefully going to get them to fund me. And of course the ad starts just as I said, you know, listen, ads. One job. One job. And that's mostly to make Twitch money, isn't it? That's right. Weep. Yeah. Stupid ads. I went and I delayed them once, but I forgot to delay them a second time. I am the sad for having done that. But what can you do? I gotta make more enemies for this area. I so do. Last key's down at the bottom there. Those are just below the water, aren't they? What a savage trap that is. Ha 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 ha. Oh good, you're back. Yeah, I delayed the ads one time, but I forgot to delay them again. But yeah, like, I need to have the Steam page up because I need a website for it, and the website being a Steam page is pretty good. I need a demo video for them, and I also need, well, you don't technically need any of these, but if you want them to give you money, the more you can show them, the better likely they give you money. So I also want like a playable thing I can send them, which is why I was working on earlier stuff, and then I decided to dick around with things that weren't earlier stuff. You know, sometimes, right? I do things. But probably going to try to have something ready by next month. I have to fill out all the stuff like that, and in making the Steam page, almost everything I want to tell them will have to be included in the Steam page anyway, so I don't think I'm going to release a demo on Steam yet, per se, but the first area's got to be real polished before that demo jumps out there. It's pretty close, though. I think it's about like 95%. It just needs more polish, I guess, and like a little more polish in general. That last 5% is going to make it something. Plus, I haven't added story in yet, so it's like, that's such an X factor in this game. It could just be a play demo where it just tells you what to do. Well, kinda. But overall, I mean, last time I played through the first area, there were no bugs that were meaningful. There was like a couple little bugs, but nothing that broke the game. A couple of them were defeated by simply leaving the room and going back in, so if that defeats a bug, that's not too bad. But the fact that you had to do that at all, like twice, I think, in that run was kind of not great. So I'll probably put in like basic story for them, and then for the demo, I'll put a little more into it. Honestly, for the demo, it might just be AI voices, because it depends on if I can get the funding for that. Voice acting is expensive. Holy crap. It cost me like $10,000 off of Fiverr in order to even voice act this game. Jesus, that's a lot. That's a lot of money for not even industry professionals. Those are just people on Fiverr. Yeah, hopefully. Well, I mean, because like you have to tell them how much you want and provide a budget, but you can get between like $5,000 and $75,000 off of them with no strings attached. Though obviously, the more likely your project is to succeed, the more likely they are to do something, like, you know, give you money. Hell, if they just gave me $5,000, I wouldn't be like, oh no, I got $5,000. What am I gonna do? I'd still be happy if I got $5,000. I'm gonna try for like 5 to 25,000. I'm not greedy. Mostly, I don't think I could ever convince them to give me $75,000. I don't know what it would take for that, but I don't think that I got it. Maybe. That'd be wild if that was the case. I'm not sure I'm gonna keep the shark boss as an idea. I keep thinking about how I'm gonna make a combat form, and I haven't got a good idea yet. Which is most unfortunate. They might just be regular enemies in the water or something. To get the Emperor. But yeah, gotta do that. And I gotta get monetized on YouTube to help pay for the game. Because I have all the hours I need on YouTube. I have like 28,000 valid watch hours in the last year on YouTube, but like 472 subs. Like I can, I'm just jumping in the water now. I would have died a bunch of times. YouTube's all like, yeah, we'll just send him all the people to watch. We don't gotta pay him. Well, they're not wrong. But I wouldn't mind if Big Daddy YouTube was like, hey, here's some money to help you make your game better. That'd be sweet. But I need to turn those into instances. I missed that thing. Oh, no, I didn't. Yay. I missed it. I'm so bad at my own game. Hey, wait, there's an area down here? That's right. When you make your own game, it's like, oh, wait, there's an area down here? Wow, I forgot about this. Yeah, those are the plans I got going on. So what class are you, like, doing this for? Like, you making your game for? Or I'm just drawing it on. I need to play this as though I have only the right tarots and I can't cheat and use other tarots. At some point. Probably want to add a bunch of crap in. That is slippery. That's really slippery. Not a good game feel on that one. Of course, I could have just ran around the island. I have to jump across the island. I don't know why I like jumping backwards into things, I just do. I want to see if I fixed a certain bugs while I'm running this. Also, you know, it's probably more exciting to watch than watching me swap blood effects. Oh. I got rid of the toy saving mechanic, and now in every little storage room, I'm putting this doll who basically was just selling crap she's found. Annie's On's my Amazon ripoff. It's also floating in the air, by the way. You make sort of a phrase for kind of situation. Chiche pega? I have no good pronunciation for these things. Translates to bubblegum and might stick. Okay, well I approve of that. Now I want a bubblegum and a might stick. Referencing that you never know and crazy idea to work. Aim high, you might get the bullseye. It's possible. The big problem is that I have to create a budget that's defensible for what it is I'm doing. Right? Because I mean, if my project earned $75,000, I would consider that a win. I live very cheaply. $75,000 would probably pay for my living expenses for 5 years. I live very cheaply. And I would just work on games all the time. It'd be amazing. And so expecting them to give me $75,000, it might be a hard sell because I don't have the worry is I don't have the social media presence yet to really prove that it's going to sell, right? Like, you know, if it's 5 to 25,000, okay, I ain't gonna have to convince them that much to give me 5K. They'll probably just give me 5K. I would be in shock if they didn't give me the 5K. 25,000, okay, well, what am I gonna spend the 25,000 on? I mean, I get voice acting, you know, that's pretty cool. You can drop like 10K on that or something, I guess. pay myself like $15,000 so I can actually take time to program it. Hey, Lependajetta. How's it going? Yeah, I mean, I might think about it. I'm going to see what I can really justify. I just don't think that they're going to give it to me off of what I have. It's a lot to convince them to give you 75K. But maybe. But I mean, they're not the only funding source I'm going to go for. I just want them to give me some initial funding, and I figure if I fail to get it, I won't know until December, and I won't be able to apply until next spring for the next time. So, and then I won't even get that funding until basically when I need to release the game. So do I take this huge gamble and try to get a little more money, knowing that if I fail, I won't be able to get any funding for this game from them before it's already released? Or do I just take what's more than likely to happen? Like say, because you pick ranges, and the ranges are 5 to 25,000, 25,000 to 50,000, and 50,000 to 75,000, right? So I could. It would be it'd be interesting to see, because then I have to set up a. Well, I mean, I could hire well. The problem is I'm in California, and the laws for California on opening up like businesses is rough, and hiring employees is really rough. And so they have to be independent contractors, but I don't want to give independent contractors all this code, because then they could just release the game without me, and that's what am I gonna do? Like, I'd sit there and fight them in court with the money I don't really have. Okay, that's theft is a real problem. So otherwise, to hire someone as a helper in California, it'll cost me about $25. I'm sorry, $20 an hour. Plus, I have to basically double that as taxes to the state. So, effectively, $40 an hour to hire somebody, and that's a lot. Can I pay myself $40 an hour? I stream on Twitch and do not make $40 an hour. Let's put it that way, right? Like, you know what it is, right? Like, you know. It'd be hard to make $40 an hour on Twitch unless you're pretty far up there. And so, yeah. It's challenging. I have to do a. Actually, I need a. Oh, there's a cube right here. I didn't make it to the cube. I failed. So I was looking over the chat. Yeah, like it's something like $2,000 to $3,000 to make an LLC here. So if you want to that kind of thing. You know, all that stuff, just making that before taxes is it's insane. And then when you do taxes, you have to do a bunch of extra stuff too. I have a sole proprietorship already, so I could technically hire under that, but again, still $40 an hour. If I hire anyone here, I guess if I hire someone somewhere else, but then I'm sending multiple gigabytes of my code over there and hoping that they don't steal it. That's yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Like I said, I'd be happy to just. I mean, I stream the game in order to build, you know, followers anyway and get the word out. So that's why I do it. I mean, I'm doing better on YouTube than Twitch by far, for certain. For that purpose. But mostly I need money for the things I can't do myself. Hey Deep Project, how's it going? Which I can't voice act a bunch of female characters. I know. Crazy as it sounds, I don't really do a very good female voice, and I sure wouldn't do, like, you know, a whole army of females because, well, I mean, the game's largely based on the Toymaker being essentially Jack the Ripper if Jack the Ripper instead turned all the women into toys. So it turns out that most of his victims are in fact women, which makes voice acting difficult. I can voice act the male characters if you want. That would save some money, but I'm no pro for certain. And then honestly, I might sink the rest into advertising in the game. Pay for trailers and things. I'm not very good at making videos. I'm not. I'm just really not. And my advertising budget consists of don't have one. It consists of streaming it. So yeah, I don't know, maybe something like that. I'd probably end up paying myself a good portion of that money to just let myself keep working on this stuff. I could use the voice changer Deep Arctic. It's just they aren't very good. They don't pick up your voice well. It tends to be clipping, and I tested it a bunch actually for exactly that reason. I was like, well, I guess I could voice act them. So I went with an AI voice changer that did female voices, and it sounds good when it works, but because it wasn't very good at picking up voice inflection, you had to almost talk a little more robotically, thus kind of defeating the purpose for voice acting. Like, it wasn't very good. It was basically worse than having Speechify do your stuff, because Speechify is one of the AI voice actually one of the AI voice thingies that has different expressions for how the AIs talk. So it does a better job. And if I'm just going to use AI either way, because if I AI voice change my thing, I'm still using AI. I still have to mark on Steam that I've used AI. People are still going to be upset at me for using AI. It's that simple. Like, I mean, they don't discriminate on how you use your AI. But I don't know. I think for the prototype that I hand to Epic, it'll be AI voices because I'm just handing it to Epic. It's not our Steam release. Oh, did something happen? It looks like I lost a whole bunch of viewers on did the thing drop? Nope. No, whatever. But yeah. I'll have to think about it really. As far as how I'm gonna go about it. Basically over the next month I'm gonna really focus on cleaning up the first chapter, try to get some story in there, and really focus on getting the stuff together for that mega grant. I have until like September to get it in there, so I'll probably try to have it to them by the end of August. So I have some days to really make certain it works. Because I still have my regular job too, so I can't just you know, spend all my time on it. But if I got like, you know, if they gave me 25,000, I would quit my regular job and just the game would get done faster. I would just stream like 6 days a week, like 10 hours a day, sometimes 12 whenever I get feisty. Did you get feisty? Yeah, but then I got to get up at, you know, after like I only have like 5 or 6 hours of sleep, and I pretty much just don't. Doesn't work out. But if I didn't have to do that, I would stream so much. Oh my god, I would stream so much. I already stream so much. What other job do I have to ask? I'm an online seller. I basically hunt down collections of things and sell them online for profit. Typically collectibles like magic cards and the like are the most common thing I typically flip for cash. And if I was really smart, I would never have touched game dev because that thing made so much more money than this. Holy crap. Yeah. But it's boring. And I also did it for like 8 years. I didn't hate it at first, but now I've gotten really bored of it. Also, it involves a lot of looking down. I have neck issues due to a neck injury, so I am kind of looking for a different profession because of that. Because it's real bad on my neck. I try to adjust for things like that, but... Anyway. I worked on this thing here and I kind of failed my own test thing. I might have did a test for it kind of earlier and it sort of worked, but I was going to go all the way back there and play the full thing out and then go back to there and see if the buttons worked and if the water was at the right level. But yeah, that's what I do. And if I was just investing like, you know, 40 to 50 hours extra a week in doing that, I would make so much more money. I'm squabbling to try to get like $5,000 to $25,000. I would have easily made that if I just didn't make the game in the first place. Actually, I would have made a lot more than that because I've been working on this game for, you know, over a year. Game dev's passion, so it's supposed to be energy draining and boring. Well, game dev's not boring. Game dev is not the boring thing at all. My job is the boring thing. I end up having to sit there and check prices online for various things and keep sending things in the mail to various places and selling. It's mostly pure tedium. There's nothing all that exciting going on at all. But it does pay the bills.
Meanwhile, streaming makes about 32 cents an hour, I believe. When all is said and done, it makes about 32 cents. Not much. Ain't no one quitting their day job on that. Ain't no one paying their electric bill on that. Oh. I mean, it's still better than nothing. So I was going to do this anyway, and mostly it's cool. I get to talk to people, but... yeah. It feels, well, got to keep it up. Still with raids and sharing your work. I appreciate it so much. I'm loving it. There's more people that love to see your progress. Well, yeah. I appreciate it super. I've been streaming to multiple platforms. I've actually started doing decently well on YouTube. Because over on YouTube, there's 21, actually 20 people watching, or 21. I don't know, whichever number you want. So there's people watching on there. Twitch, I think I seem to average about 10. Throughout the night, it gets more and more. But that's how streaming works. So the longer you go, the more people watch. Yeah, I appreciate that, you know, you're raiding like that. And that you love my work. Even if you didn't raid me, just the fact that you love my work is more meaningful to me than than the raids. I love the raids, and that's awesome. But it's always cool to hear someone that they love your work, you know? Just a time will pass. What's a time? Just I mean the fact that I don't they haven't got to the funding yet. Oh, I hope that's a time that will pass. I keep track of multiple chats going on up here, so who's talking where. I wish I could put this on the screen, but Twitch would get angry at me. Also, look how much better this chat is. I can see people's pictures. It's so much better than the stupid chat that Twitch has. Hi, YouTube. Slowly getting, you slowly but surely, but now I gotta go. Haven't eaten nothing, so I haven't taken. Oh, yeah. Definitely get some food. Thanks again for the raid, and I gotta catch your stream at some point. I just gotta... You stream on the weekends? It's like the only time I have to catch any streams ever between the two jobs. No glass bottle today? They ran out of the glass bottles. They do have cans. I just haven't gotten one yet. I probably will take a slight break at some point. Usually about 2 hours in is when I take a break, but I started streaming about half an hour later today because I just wasn't done with work. And now it's been 2 hours, so I should probably go get those. But yeah, they were out of the bottles. I'm stuck with the cans. The cans taste way worse. The place I was getting them at was having a store closing sale, but they're just moving across the street, so it's not like it's super far that they're moving. However, they decided to have a big sale on all this stuff except for the alcohol. Which meant the lines there were insane. So I was like, well, if I want to wait half an hour to get this, so I was like, I'll just go across the street and buy it for like $2 more, whatever. They didn't have any. They just had the cans. I was like, well, I'm not going to go back to the store, wait half an hour in line just to do this. I'm just going to live with the cans. The cans taste really bad by comparison. So I kind of wish I'd done the other. No problem reducing Saturdays. Everything okay at home? So yeah, no problem. I'll stream by Saturday then. Because like say, well, I guess it. Well, no, you'd be like in the Pacific or Central time zones too, wouldn't you? So yeah, you'd be streaming at a time that I'd actually be available. I get up really late because I stream really late. But I'll tune by Saturday and say hi or something. And hopefully everything's okay at home. That's definitely a reason to not stream if it's not. First time I've heard that one. Definitely is concerning. Oh, the music back on. Yeah, I'm also by Saturday and say hi. I need to... Oh, I was working on blood. That's a great statement. I was working on blood. Yeah. I was going to use the same blood that Poppet uses because the one that she has is super visible and the one that everyone else has is not. You gave interview for Game Tester a few days ago. We received a call. Hope you get it too. Is it? MX time zone. American education, okay? I guess US education.
Um, it's not very good. Just saying. 2:37 a.m. So you're 2 hours ahead of me. So that sounds like Central time zone. Yeah. Okay. You stream in the afternoon. Oh no, 6 to 8 p.m. Oh yeah, that'll be easy. That's like 8 to 10 p.m. for me. I'm so active during those hours. I mean, obviously, I mean, you know, I'm usually at work during the week during the late hours. So I come home, eat food, and then immediately start streaming. That's my life. Streaming is so fun, though. Well, game dev is super fun. Streaming's fun too. I never thought I'd like streaming. It's so weird, and I just did. It just was great. It's like, well, this is a thing I do now. Catch you later, Evie. Good luck finding delicious food. May it be the most absolutely amazing food possible. Yes. Delicious food. Now I want delicious food. I just ate before the stream, too. I see how it is. Well, it's finding an actor bloody spray. Maybe I just recycle the same one for everyone. We're all bloody spray friends around here. So instead I just use this and spawn the bloody spray. I don't have to deactivate or activate anything then. Same here, stream work is fun, thanks. Shaky hands, bring it on hands. Yeah. Catch you later. Yeah. Catch you later as well. Thank you, thank you. Now to test if there's blood everywhere or not. Blood. Oh, hi, Annually. Yeah, thanks whoever subbed on YouTube. It doesn't tell me, but if you mention it in the chat, I will thank you directly. Only 27 more subs and I can get to the first type of monetization there, which doesn't involve ads, so I actually don't know what it involves, but it involves something. Through the door. Can I hit you through the door? No, the door protects you. That's fair. There's blood in those too. There's blood in all of them. Okay, well that's just way more satisfying, right? Like I hit them and they just like blood everywhere. Not so great with the insanity messages in the way, but I think we can all agree more blood is better, right? Yippee-ki-yay! You missed. No. Why'd you move? Okay, I need to have a thing that checks to see if they bleed or not, because obviously if they don't bleed, like if they have contraption, it's a little weird. Or maybe they could have an oil instead. Or it can just be a hit thing and... Let's question. Well, this hit one was ugly anyway, so let's get rid of that. That was no good. Thanks, I hate it. Of course, it was like a bullet hit, that's probably why. Let's target hit, right? Target damaged. I unified them. There used to be a player damaged and a target damaged, and I unified it all into one thing, even though they have different requirements. They're not that different, though. It's gotten a little better. In a way, I wish all this was on the same thing, but the problem is the player is so different from the NPCs that it just... And she just has such different things. Such different things. Anyway, I'm going to take a brief bio break here. We can all stare at the outside world. It's that thing that I never see, but I assume it's real. I don't know if it's true or not. I'll be right back.
Hey, Flame FL, how's it going? Or it's, I guess, Flaw 1 Me FL. I assume you want to be Flame, right? Oh, is it ad break in progress? Really? Well, I tried. Okay, you saw it. Huh. Pretty good, pretty good. I assume you don't have any ads, so you, I can safely chat as you. You never know, Twitch says ads and then there's no ads. Yeah, it's big. I discovered this, like, I was dividing the map into 143 chunks, apparently, for this one level. Well, I guess the project is bigger than you think, but smaller than you think, too. Alright? Because, you know, you're playing as, like, a woman who's killed her soul and stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape this Whimsy Wonders toy store. So, it's like a theme park and a toy store, basically. So, technically, the building is quite huge. It's much bigger looking than you think, right? And I'm testing blood. 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 It's one hit things blood everywhere. Yes, blood. It's very exciting. Blueprints. All blueprints. We don't need no stinking C++. I don't even know any C++, so, you know. Yeah. I make contraptions out of crap. They break. I gotta remove the blood from them, though, because I don't want them to bleed. It's weird. You're going crazy. Oh, no! Oh, nice. Blueprint gang unite! I was working on a map. And like I said, I split this whole thing into chunks. So as you can see, there's 143 chunks for this floor. I haven't changed the other ones out yet, so you won't see all the chunks. They used to just be the rooms connected to each other, and I didn't put all the rooms for those ones there. But yeah, eventually it's going to have all those and be very Metroidvania-like in that every time you move to a new one there, it unlocks it. It's probably not going to have a little picture. They used to have pictures. I think it's just going to have a color coding. A lot like, you know, Symphony of the Night does. Or Bloodstained, or really the Castlevania style map. Not as robust as theirs for certain, but they spent millions of dollars on their game and I don't have millions, so it has a gets the job done. As you can see, the map goes boop, and over here and over that one too. Yep. But yeah, like the basic mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you get curse power, which brings all these toys to life at night, right? But you lose your sanity. I'll let your sanity get below 60. And when your sanity goes below 60, then you start to go insane. There's the insanity effect. Where the words start appearing everywhere. They're not... You can just jump through them. They're not, like, solid. They're just there to, you know, make you seem crazy. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Now I've got probably about 4 hours of gameplay at this point. Well, the first area takes about like 2 hours or so to beat, but I know where to go and I didn't put any of the story in yet, so if you don't know where to go in this game, yeah, she used tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool, so it's a giant squeaky toy. It goes, oh, I missed that somehow. That's why it makes squeaks. Yeah, I'm releasing it on Steam. I'm aiming for October 2026. That's the Magicianist telekinesis. Bonk. 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 Apparently that cube was decided not to move. Fair enough. I was just working on a new ability for this thing, so you can actually create cubes. It's a late game ability. These cubes vanish after a time. I'm also running out of sanity. I'm gonna go back and get my sanity back before I heal over dead. You die if you're... Well, the curse takes over and you lose the game if your sanity ever at 0. Hey, Peckblurp, how's it going? Are pretty tired, so bunk out soon. Wanna have a look what you're up to? Oh. I improved the Magician number 3, like, you know, the third ability of it, so now when it summons a thing in, it goes... Let me go... And then I'll wait for them to count down. Once they count to 0, they will vanish.
Vamoosh. Vamoosh. Let me go. Aha. How much cooler is that than the previous method? Yep, you're fancy. He's a fancy lad here. Yeah, it's fancy lad indeed. Get hit by cubes, losers. That's right. Portals everywhere. I think with portals now. Yeah. I made game 2, newbie, my head is already swollen, bro. Hey, you know, I'm here to help, right? You can actually just use these to build and get places too. You know. Now, why you gotta stab me in the feet, bro? I don't stab you in the feet. I don't have way to that yet. If I ever figure one out though, I'm gonna stab you in the feet. You're gonna learn. You're in a lesson here. Where is he going? Who knows? He's just using it to go up as he can. They do slowly vanish over time, so you will have to move faster. Actually, I'm almost out of sanity. No, run away. Hell, I'm so bad. That's pretty new. Oh yeah, actually, I also added I upgraded the blood too on him. Let's see. Is that difficult for you? Do you feel like 5k of metal was placed in your brain? No. But to be fair, you know, I've been at it for a while. This project's at about 15 months in or so. But I started RPG Maker back in like 2019, and sure, I took like a 2.5 year break due to health problems, but you know, there's been days where things are really tough. Sure, when things are like really complex systems can be kind of draining for certain. What I'm doing now is not complicated, so it's not draining at all, but they count down. Each one has its own individual counter. Haha, blood everywhere. I was improving the scythe. Yari. Jump one doesn't do very well, does it? But yeah, they just float. Like they don't they're only when you have control of them is the only time gravity ever truly affects them. And as soon as you lose control of them, you can't move them like that or anything like that. You can kick them all you want, nothing happens. So they'll just start vanishing underneath you. Like I'll make a few of them up here. It goes. And these ones will just float. They are slowly going away though, so eventually you will lose your footing, but sorry I don't speak English natively, so I don't understand half what you say. It's a shame there are no subtitles here. Does YouTube auto subtitle? Because I also stream on YouTube under the same name. So if you need subtitles, you could check there. If you wish to watch on that. I don't get paid for anyone who watches on YouTube, but the difference of people, the amount they pay is so little, it doesn't really matter that much. I'd rather people watch, and I'd rather you enjoy it than care about money made on it. Also, got cans of alcohol now because they ran out of bottles. So yeah, watch there. I'm also on Kick. Guess for the Kick people, I guess there's really no one on Kick at the moment, but if there was, yeah, I also stream on Kick. So if you want that one, that is another option. I don't know if they subtitle on Kick. They might. I guess for the YouTube people also, you know, link all of the other ones for you guys as well.
Kick and Twitch. So whatever you want to watch on, or there's a Discord where you can, or I link all of them all the time whenever I'm streaming. Okay, thanks. I actually came back to look at the references. Maybe I'll pick up something from you. Have a great stream. I need to worry. No. Thanks for dropping by, hanging out and chatting. I do put up occasional videos explaining things on YouTube. I've just kind of started doing it, so my skills at it aren't that great as far as making the videos. My skills at making things in Unreal Engine are very good, but, you know, I'm still working on the other. Alright, so the plan here was to make it so if they have an alternate death that they don't do the blood thing, I guess, because the alternate death people have usually a bunch of weird crap going on. So let's see, let's do, or should I even do the character? I guess you just skip character hit, right? Oh, I gotta remove this if I do that. Interesting. Oops. Not ideal. Well, character damage is that where we're applying health issues? Trainer changes? Let's see. The music back on. The health change happens here. Might as well split this up so I can keep track of things. Interesting, I don't know why that's there. And then I guess alternate death check right here. Branch. As alternate death. Oh, it's under gameplay tags. My bad. I guess to be fair, I've been doing that a lot more lately, just making everything that to make it easier to keep track of. Okay, so let's do it this way. Let's go with not so I can make this cleaner. Not Boolean. I'm gonna type that for I hope. So if it doesn't have the tag, do character damage. If it does have the tag, just remove the gameplay tag and skip the other. Okay, I was gonna brain dead. Try to click your menu in there. Yeah. You know what I've done before that's pretty funny? Like I'll be recording a tutorial or something, and then I'll try to click things in the tutorial video. Because it's just a video of my screen. I've been there. I've so been there. It's like, well, that's the thing I did. Oh, damn. The longer you do this, the more just weird, silly things are going to happen. I've also done brain dead streamer moments too. Such as forgetting to turn on multiple sources. So I just streamed only YouTube and I forget Kick and Twitch for like 15 minutes. Or I've had my microphone off for half an hour before. You know, I mean, just dumb crap. You're like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that.
That was stupid. But, you know, enough repetitive tasks, it's easy to just miss these things, right? I gotta clean this up. But yeah, if you go back to my streams, I got a lot of dumb moments. Such dumb, like, wow. I used to be like, when I first started streaming, I was so worried about doing dumb things on stream. Now I just go, hey, listen, that just entertains people. Like, okay, you do something stupid and people are just laugh at it. As a streamer, you embarrass yourself all the time. Publicly. In 4K. Well, actually, I don't stream in 4K because I don't know if my computer can handle the upload and all the things to like 3 sources. And handling the codec for that. Plus, my resolution on my own thing is only 1080p, so. Spawn something that blows up, you jerks. I need something that blows up. I need a contraption. Spawn a contraption, goddammit. That's not a contraption. Every time I don't want one, boom. Suddenly I need one, and they're like, nah, fam. That's not for you. Guess for streaming must be like being a pilot doing a full checklist where you take off. I mean, it's fine if it doesn't want to. Yeah. Well, I mean, I just do them on stream. I could have like a getting started soon, but I just don't care. The more I tried to make the stream professional, the worse it would do. People couldn't see things, so overlays weren't very good, and I actually just moved myself to the corner and moved the details panel over, or like the variables panel over to the right side, so this way you guys could see what I was working on. So I was like, I'm just blocking this off. It's not really particularly worth it. Okay, where is the thingies? I need a contraption. Really? Yeah, I gotta go to every source, and then I pin a join the Discord comment at the top of every one of the chats. I also say follow and subscribe on Twitch and, sorry, on YouTube and Kick. Twitch, I don't worry as much about it. If you guys want to follow, people follow on Twitch without being told to do so. People do not follow on the others. Well, to be fair, my following on Kick is largely due to 2 people being nice and helping me out. I don't exactly have viewers on Kick. I dream. Cost me nothing to stream though too, but it's just one extra place for setup. Where are the contraptions? Okay, listen. I'm tired of this test going like this. To the washroom, where the biggest battles must happen. In every floor there will be a washroom, and the washroom will always be hard to get into or have some weird way to get into and have some, who knows what, probably epic fight. Why? I don't know. It just became a thing that this washroom was one of the last rooms unlocked, and it's like, okay, well, in order to get to it, you have to run all the way out around the outside of the building. Why? I didn't need it for anything, so it's just, oh, okay, this is a thing now. Blah, 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 Puppet Master. Counter table? Encounters table? Chapter 1 encounter table. Where's the washroom at? Let the battle begin! The battle against the contraptions! We'll do the pipe contraption, and we'll do a Wally, I think. I'm not even using the Wallies anywhere I need to. Enemy spawn chance. We'll do 20. Let's fight! Yeah, streaming's full of all kinds of fun, dumb moments. After a while, you just stop caring and you make a fool of yourself. And you're like, ha 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 ha. Oh, Twitch. Such low viewership today on old Twitch. Happens. Where's the enemies? Golden them. There's an ab mission here, right? No? Oh. Well, then they can't spawn. Yeah. I guess there should be a nav mesh, huh? Begun the battle for the washroom has. It'll be worse than before. Truly an epic battle will happen here. Yes. The most epic of battles. I have to do this anyway. I'll do it now. So that the washroom might be the epic final battle. I would laugh if the final battle was in a washroom. It's not, but it would be hilarious if that's where the final fight was. It's like, well, in the background of this epic music playing, there's just like toilets everywhere. You're like, huh. Not what was expected. No. Not what was expected, indeed. But it's what was deserved. I mean, Twitch chat would probably love that. The other chat's not so much. They're much more serious. I actually don't know if that's true, by the way. Why does this not reach the edges? It looks like it's not quite calculating. That's interesting. I have questions. They are not good ones. They are just questions. Is that about close? No. Sure. Trying to grab this, not rotate the camera, but they're like the same thing. It's close enough. We do be calculating. Should be fine. And then we raise the roof on this one. I'm gonna guess 8. Don't know if that's real, just a guess. 11? Probably a little more than that, I guess. Maybe not too much more. 11.5. The battle for the washroom begins now. For they are the chosen ones. And this is where all battles must take place for epic supremacy. So, off topic, more or less question, if you don't mind, how do you come up with video scripts? Like how to cut them, sequence, topic, etc.? I mean, I think I'm the wrong guy to ask that because I made like a couple of videos that were, you know, even remotely, like they aren't even scripted. I was just like, I'd run through how to do it once or twice, even just testing it with the camera on, and then I just do one with the camera on. And that's, like, the problem is I'm not really successful at it, so I don't really know if I'm the guy who should be emulating. like if I was successful, it'd be a different world, but did I even end up in the washroom? Does this count? It says I'm in the washroom. Why is there no encounters? Because, I mean, I have done quite poorly. I realize, as far as tutorials go, here, Lepus, I learned a very important lesson here. So when I first released this tutorial, it had like a really, you know, crazy looking picture for the thumbnail. It had, I'll go to this here. It had like some, you know, tutorial explanation like that. It literally just was not great. And, so when it first came out, it managed to garner a whole 21 views in like the first 2 days. It did terrible. This other one here in the first, you know, 2 days did like 180 or something. This one did less. So what I learned is having my face there is incredibly valuable. It helps differentiate. So that was a big deal. And it's just me, like, you know, doing streaming thing. That seems to be what attracts people. That's all my live thumbnails too. It literally just, it takes a picture of me doing something, and that's it. Like, I didn't do this. They just did it for me. Okay, cool. And those do well. What doesn't do well is really fake crap. So having some ridiculously cool thumbnail, not that great. I found having a thumbnail of what I was doing on, a title, the Unreal Engine in there, and my face seem to be the most important things. And, you know, I changed this, I think, like 3 hours ago or something, and it's already gained 23 more views. So it doubled its views. Don't get me wrong, these are tiny numbers that are irrelevant, but if I had used that in the first place, I probably would have got a lot more views. So that's my experience on things. I did a whole short. Well, the first one I got rid of. I just unlisted it because it wasn't really good. And it got like, 1,500 views and didn't do great. People didn't even like it that much. And I thought it was kind of funny, but I guess not. What about that for a time? Not just want to copy a template, so to say. You gotta learn about from beginners. And most certainly a beginner in the YouTube video things. Usually I just took videos of my gameplay. Like I did a playthrough, like my devlog 0, and I made a mistake here. Can you guess the mistake? My face isn't on here. It has Poppet, it has something like that. It might be okay. Might have been a passable thing that not usable. Nobody cared. So it has gotten, 163 views, and I put it up in like February. Good trash. This one here, it got put up like 2 years before that. It's at 252. Like, it did nothing. This was like when I last did RPG Maker one. See, I haven't done a lot of videos for a while. These are actually listed on itch.io. This is why itch.io is an irrelevant piece of crap. Right here. These shorts are all the shorts you can click to see my game on itch.io. 9232. Those are the views. Irrelevant. So those are terrible. When I did a couple tutorials for RPG Maker, and I was using not my face because I wasn't using my face well, one of the tutorials has 944 views because it turns out RPG Maker has an audience. Me just flying around a game, 166. This cavern thing actually did very well. I don't know why. With my first experience like that, I went 3D and I didn't explain anything. That did well, but it's also been around for quite a while too. I did a graphic novel tile set for RPG Maker. It's free, and there's on itch.io there is actually a link to watch that video, and I put it up 4 years ago and it has like 1,000 views. Currently my most viewed video. But then you gotta look like it's like, oh cool, yeah, you got some views. It's got like a dumb lame-o thing. It was just those things like that. So its watch time in all those years is at 10 hours and 10.3 hours. Cool, that's great. I'm so happy that I put all the effort in for that. Let's go look at yesterday's broadcast. Oh, I'm sorry, that has 80.9 hours. Oh, okay, well, and I didn't do anything? Huh. Wow. Seems like a lot less work. I just streamed. I was just doing it anyway. Okay, cool. Well, maybe it's a fluke. Well, these ones here I didn't get hardly, but even the one I got barely nothing, 54 views, sure. Analytics, how many watch hours is... Actually, this is after it was viewed, right? Do we have the watch hours for when it was viewed? Because that's not right. 12 views since it was published. View duration while it was there. See more, maybe? Where's the total hours? You suck. Because the average view duration was 23 minutes during that. Huh. Maybe the other ones just have it. No. You got it? I'll click one of you. Nobody watches them after the fact. As you can see, nobody watches after the fact, so those are irrelevant. This one peaked at 36 concurrents. Average view duration, 1 hour and 19 minutes. Like 2 people watching did more than that. So that's notable there. I mean, I did a whole short. I just made it my own one. The problem is that I don't have a lot of time to go back to hours and hours of footage to try to clip something interesting that I've done.
And game dev isn't really known for a lot of interesting moments. Like, there's like overall things I do that are kind of cool, but you can't really clip programming. That's not exciting. So if someone comes up with some sort of really cool, like, you know, thing that I did, maybe, but for the most part, I tend to kind of not really have a lot of those. I also don't watch shorts, which makes it hard to make them. I think they're retarded. Yes, that's the language I use for it. They're just for stupid people, but I made one anyway. Let's gain a whole subscriber. Hell yeah. Value. Stayed to watch 27.8% stayed to watch. It's 44 seconds long. I got 25% people to stay for 44 seconds. Yay. So shorts are pretty garbage. Unless you happen to just... watch time here. 2.5 hours watch time on that short, though. Well, I guess. I don't know. Because library can later on reuse, feels like it's worth something in the long run. Maybe it is. Would have to go back through all these things like that, and it takes a huge amount of time to go back through hours and hours of content. I mean, I have thousands of hours of game dev. And you know what's happening during that when I'm not actually, when I'm doing that? It means I'm not actually working on the game, which is terrible. Like, I'm trying to make the game. But I mean, like, I had like 2.4 thousand watch hours in the last 28 days, which is actually low, because I've had up to 4,000 and 2,700 views, so... And now I need 27 more subs to get to the first level of monetization, which I don't even know what it does, because I guess if people want to pay you money, they could, but you don't get ad revenue, which is, I think, the only thing that's going to really matter. I mean, I can't even get people to sign up with, like, a free Amazon Prime subscription on Twitch very often, so I mean, like... Why can't you get them to sign up for free? I don't like my odds of convincing them to just drop money for the hell of it. But anyway, that's the, kind of where it's at. I might make more shorts, maybe. Now that I have a better idea on how to make these, and a fast way to do it, I can probably do better. And tutorials over time, people will come back to. So they kind of are continuous views, so just because it doesn't do well at the start doesn't mean as much for a tutorial. As long as the tutorial is relevant, there's a chance people will pick it up. I probably need a thumbnail on this. Well, actually, I probably just want to hide this one, because this is like the crappy version of this one. I made a much better tutorial. But that's kind of my understanding of it. Oh, if you're curious on old stuff, well, literally, this was the RPG Maker effect. These ones here, I just literally posted on the RPG Maker forums, and I didn't advertise anywhere, and they did better. Like this 323, 309, 512. These ones are real bad. Yeah, I mean, I've never... This one did the instant map creator. Hi, I made it for it was for an April Fool's joke. People wanted, like, they were lazy, people wanted instant game made, and I was like, oh, instant map creator, and I made this thread for it on there for this plugin that makes the maps for you. And it was just a pure joke, and it linked to a Rickroll on the download, but it had my video playing for it, and like got 600 views, which isn't great, but it's still technically done better than just about all the other videos I've done. It's like, I think, third or something of the most viewed video I have. Cool, I guess. I know what I forgot. I forgot to put a number here. Tell it how many to spawn. He spawned. But for whatever reason, YouTube's picking up really well as far as streaming, so. If everyone had fun time, I'll go through each of your tutorials in full. I can guarantee that's one view or more. If I video I'll pull through, so maybe Magic will help me. I mean, that'd be awesome. Hey, another guy's going. It's a Wally. I haven't even, these aren't even on the spawn list anywhere else but Wally's. Yep, I removed the blood. Perfect.
Alternate death things should not have blood. Really? Check it out, another guy. I made a better version of the magician cube now. So it goes, and it spawns in cubes. You can throw them at things. And then when it's gone, it goes, wait for it, wait for it. Portals everywhere. I love portals. Give portal. I was improving that. I was improving the blood effects because the enemies had terrible blood effects, but then I realized the contraptions were also bleeding, and these don't bleed, so... Ow. This doesn't do a lot of damage, but it heals you for the damage it deals, which makes it really good. As they can basically not kill you for the most part, which is probably too powerful. It won't be good against some things. More magician, do you already know how licensing works out? Like I saw you can allow you to use your shorts and vids. Yeah, I enable it if you want to. I don't have a lot of shorts yet. I figure the more content I get, the more likely people will reuse something, but until my game gains popularity, I'll probably never have a... Or until I release my game, I'll probably never have true popularity. If the game's amazing, then the game will get me the popularity, and if the game's not amazing, then... Well, I don't know why I would release it if it wasn't amazing, to be honest. If I put this much time in it, I'd rather keep it in the oven a little longer and make certain it was amazing than release it half-assed. These things need to hover around, do weird things. They also have way more health and more abilities too. Lifesteal is O? What does this mean? Overpowered? It is very overpowered. It's also going to be a really late game weapon, so I'm not gonna... You're not gonna have it immediately. I don't know if I'm gonna give it out yet. Maybe in the third area or something. It also hasn't been balanced yet or anything like that. I just was like, I'm gonna give it some cool particles and just make it life drain. So I'll have to find a way to balance it. It has no knockback, so the enemies get to hit you too, so that's kind of obnoxious, but... The Fool's greatest claim to fame is that they just knock the enemies away, but... Of course, its best thing is actually whenever you're on a shelf or something, you could just knock enemies off and then they just become irrelevant. They get despawned. Well, I set that room up, that's good. Because I realized I had not put any kind of anything in there as far as the stuff. Traces. Well, for the weapons I use traces. For like projectiles I just use a collision. Because projectile tracing would be weird. Like I don't know how the projectile would trace, but all the weapons have a trace thingy. It's blah 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 blah. That nurse killing my arm. Keep leaning on this thing, putting so much weight on this arm, and it's just making the whole side of my body just hurt from doing that. But yeah, I use I have a ray trace here. And it's a sphere trace, actually. It's not a ray trace. It's sphere trace by channel. And these are cool because, well, they're just like a ray, but you can make it fat. So it has a bigger hit on it. And then when those collide with things, it looks for the hit actors and then checks if it's like a destroyable or... Which I could get gameplay tags. Oh, never mind. I did this for components because the contraption enemies have some weird things that need to be dealt with. Like if it's... Actually, no, I think this is because the control panels had a child that could be destroyed, which would be those little sides on them. And it wasn't finding them, so I had to set that up. But yeah, otherwise it gets gameplay tags. Checks which team it's on. To be honest, I don't even need this to say Poppet. It could just be Team Poppet. It could just be the one for all of them. I'm probably not going to change it, but... Here I want it for that. Just bounce between which one it is. Like, is it an enemy here? And, because an enemy can be on Team Poppet if, you know, she charms them. Poppet. Shakes the camera if it's Poppet. Just so I don't want to shake the camera every time anyone's hit. That's obnoxious. And target damaged. Or if it's an enemy weapon, then it checks against the various types of things. And if it's one of those things, then, does damage. Spawns the actor hit. Spawns the sound of the location of the hit. Extra hit stuff so I can add in specific things for each weapon. And then if it launches them, it doesn't launch bosses. It's just how much it launches them, if they're dead or not. If they're dead, it launches them farther. And then we're checking if the Emperor is active because the Emperor has a global time dilation when it's active, and I want to make certain the Emperor still does the same time dilation. Since I time dilate a bit so that the hits look like they take, like, you know, they're more impactful. It's part of the game feel thing. You're like, nope, time dilate. Not sure where I hit them, but I did it somewhere in there. Yeah, I use those for those, and then, like say, projectiles just use collisions. Which then falls into the target damage thingy. Right, have it up. Where it just goes through, it does the damage amount, the actor damage, if it's a line trace or not, and a hit result if it is. I'm checking if it overlaps the actor's capsule component too, because overlapping the actor means that you might get one of these other 9 million things that are much larger. I only want it to work if it's overlapping the capsule. And it returns if it's not, so this way it causes it to fail. But if it is, then, you know, it goes through all the crap for adjusting health and spawning the damage thingies, and just a lot of crap. It's pretty much those two things. They both lead to the same thing, so it's not like a big difference. Those are what I use. If that makes a lot of sense or not. I should probably, maybe I should make a tutorial on, like, let's make an action game or something like that. And just run a tutorial on just starting from making an action game, just down the line, every single step for it. Because, I mean, a Metroidvania is not necessarily an... I mean, it's an action game, but you could make non-Metroidvania action games. And Metroidvanias are based on level design for the most part anyway, so it'd be hard to make a tutorial explaining how to make one. But, I mean, I could come up with a lot of abilities and show off how they work. A lot of platformer abilities and everything, too. Weapon system. I've never made my own inventory as far as a movable part inventory, so I don't know if I would do that. Like, I don't want to make Diablo. But I could make a pretty good tutorial out of that, and then, you know, people would have... just to make the special systems themselves later, such as the map system and everything, but... then my Patreon could just be, here's the project, so you don't have to make any of that yourself. I could make a Patreon. That's true.
I don't know how many people would actually sign up for it. I'd have to come up with something people want. Some sort of thing in the game or something. Hmm. So I'm talking about writing to try and describe the project I'm making for Grant, and then realize this is a lot and I still need to define this. Yeah. I remember I was talking to Fox, and you know, I just asked, you know, essentially for the elevator pitch on his game, and he couldn't do it. And a lot of people, it's like, explain to me your game in 2 to 3 minutes. Can you do that? Like, tell me, pitch your game to me, and people can't do it. Whereas I do it, I explain my game in the tutorial literally about what it is, you know, with a woman who was killed, her soul stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, where all the toys come to life at night due to a curse. And I explain the main mechanic of the game is that, you know, if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but gain curse power. If you're in the light, you gain your sanity back, but gain no curse power. And that she uses tarot cards as weapons to those abilities. Like, you already have an idea of what my game is by that simple explanation of what it is. It ain't got to be the biggest thing, but you should be able to just rattle off a small explanation of what your game is. And there are people who can't do it. It's like, what are you making? If you can't tell me what it is, what are you making? Like, like, how do you even know? It's wild to see. And now and I tell them I want a succinct one like that. I don't need an explanation of the lore of their world, okay? Because I saw that in RPG Maker all the time. People would show up and they would have this huge, long-winded explanation about everything under the sun. I'm just like, I don't care. Pitch your game to me. Don't pitch a history book at me, okay? Like, I'm not looking for a history book here of your world. I don't care about your world. You have to make me care about your world, and it starts by making a game I care about. So, I think it's one of the first things everyone should do is be able to make a small pitch for their game. If you can't make a pitch for your game, you shouldn't make that game. And it's not like it's some epically hard challenge to sum up your game in 2 to 3 minutes. If it is, your game's not a good one. Bad idea. But it's just funny to see. What was I working on? I got sidetracked. I get sidetracked all the time. I don't care. I don't mind being sidetracked. It's always exciting. Still love chatting about stuff. I think it's almost better for the stream if I do get sidetracked more often. Because if I'm sitting there focused on coding, that's the worst for the stream. I think people find that the most uninteresting to watch because it's hard to follow. I can't even follow most people's code streams because I can't see all the code. Like, you can follow some of the simpler stuff, sure, but other stuff like this is just finding some big explanation. I know I have deleted that track. I hate that track. But anything I build quickly is often good to watch, and any kind of level design or combat is good. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to have like a big explanation of what your game is gonna be, and I think that they're basically gonna be like, hey, if you don't even have a plan for what your game is gonna be, I mean, they're probably expecting a game dev doc, effectively. Yeah, well, I mean, you should definitely think of that, man. That's why I think that it'd be better to have a prototype before even spending time applying. But I don't know how you get a. I mean, you can try, but I don't know how you get a win a grant without something to show them. You know. Because I mean, I'm gonna apply 25,000 in my requests like that, and I'm gonna probably hand them a small demo of the game, be like, here you go. Does this win me money or not? Hopefully it does. But if I didn't have that, oof, I don't even know. And a video of what I've already made too. Trying to get together and make that over the weekend. Actually, I just need to make a Steam page. I think I'm not even going to make a video for the Steam page. I'm just going to put up a bunch of screenshots to start with. I need to make a bunch of those ad images. I haven't done it yet, and I already realized that the more things I put between me and putting that Steam page up, the longer it's going to take, and then people can't, you know, they can't wish list it, and I assume wish lists will help convince Epic to be like, hey, look at this guy's wish list. Maybe he's got something here, you know? But yeah, I don't know. But I can tell you just about everything in my game at this point. There's a few things that are still up in the air. I still hold the number of abilities up in the air. I do. 66 still feels like a lot. I have not made that many. I made, I think, like half of them. It's a lot. And the size of the basement versus the size of the other area is very up in debate, but I think it'll basically comprise effectively 2 levels of a building, thus making that last chapter quite large too. I'll try to rush prototype by description until mid-September. Application has like 20 seconds, so I might have time. Not like I'm starting with nothing really. Yeah. I think that there's no reward for submitting early, so take the time that you have, right? Like, I mean, if you have until the 22nd, don't submit like the 22nd of July with what you got. Take the time to build a project because you have over a month to do it. Treat it like a game jam and then hand them that. You have a much better chance. You have a vision of how you'd like your work to be promoted, any specific directions to go or no-goes? Do you care? I'm just not overthinking it. How I'd like my work promoted? The correct answer would be yes, please. I would like my work promoted. I'm not going to shy away from it. If someone on Pornhub is like, hey, play this game, I'm okay with that because, listen, it's views, man. I don't care. If there's some half-naked woman playing my game or like a demo of my game on there, okay. Whatever gets people to play the game, I don't give a crap. Nothing against the law there. If they want to play them, okay. Sure. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that would make me laugh if that was actually what happened. I'd be like, seriously? I go check, like, okay. This is a thing in this world. It'd be funny. But I don't know why I would care. I mean, you know. You could be part of the worst hate group in the world, and if you're playing my game, I mean, still people watching my game. It'd be like the Streisand effect, really. Well, I don't know if that's Streisand effect, but anywhere in playing my game is good in my book. I don't discriminate between customers. Oh no, you gave me money, you bastard. What a terrible person you are. I'm so upset. Oh, wait, no, I guess that's not true. I like money. You can be the whatever person you want. I don't care. As long as I have your money, right? I work under the corporate theory of money, right? Like, it's like, I like all money. I don't care where it comes from. As long as it's not illegal for me to get it. So yeah, overthinking it, Someone wants to play my game all the way through so that the people can watch the story. Well, first off, if anyone feels my story is so great that they just want to watch the story, cool. I mean, that's fine. I already expect streamers to play my game, and like people won't even play my game just because they want a streamer play it. Okay, I've done that. Still gets people looking at it. If Asmongold, like, I would love if Asmongold or Markiplier or someone like that played my game. Hell yeah. And literally just, like, I mean, like, even if most people watching the videos don't play my game, some number will from that. And that's fantastic. Just name a couple people who are, like, well known. There's lots of people I would love to see it. I guess only, no, Triple A Series would be against that. I mean, I don't think they could do anything about it. That depends on promotion codes, something negative for the game. The negative promotions do sell a lot. Yeah, it's like promotions. It's just, They have a lot of money for their advertising, so they don't have to worry as much as I do about how I'm going to get people to look at it. That's my concern. Why do you think I'm streaming all this? I mean, I enjoy streaming, but I got into streaming because of this. I need to get people to see what I'm working on. Because I have no advertising budget. And I can tell you right now, you're going to have to try really hard to get your game out there. I don't care what your game is. I don't care how good it is. You're going to have to try real hard to get it out there. Yeah. I have thousands of hours now of streaming my game. And if I release it right now, it would probably fail because I don't have enough views. I wouldn't have enough people interested in all likelihood. I mean, also the game's not ready right now either, but, and I still have about half the dev cycle left to advertise it. But still, almost the whole duration of this game, I've been advertising it by simply streaming it. And it's rough out there. So if you aren't doing at least something, it isn't going to work. I'll say it. It isn't going to work. Like, you're going to have to advertise somewhere. It's going to have to be through social media, or you're going to have to talk to a bunch of YouTubers and like Twitch people, anyone you can, get them to play your game. Which is something you should do also at the start. Like, I'm going to go through the trouble of getting a list of everyone who's done into Metroidvanias, any sort. Like, anyone a content creator, and all my friends on Twitch, and I'll be like, hey, here's a copy of the game. Want to stream it? I'll tell them about it, people who don't know, but that'll be my last thing to, really push it towards a thing like that. But even that, you still got to convince people to play your game. I'm hoping that if the 3D Metroidvania is enough of a hook. Might be. To establish no more high ground or standards to begin with, very good. I mean, like I say, I couldn't stop them if I wanted to, and why would I? Corporations don't even have a moral high ground. Who are you kidding? They just want your money. They'll do anything. They'll pretend like they're from any cause or whatever. They don't care. I'm here to sell a game. I'm not here to judge the people playing the game. I don't care who you are if you're playing. I'm just happy you're playing my game. Are you a serial killer in your free time? I mean, listen, it's not. I don't know what you're doing if you don't. I don't care. I care that you bought my game. That's what I care about. The people on Steam who buy my game. I care about that they bought my game. That's it. I don't even know anything about them. You could be like the most MAGA person out there or the most trans person out there. I don't give a crap. Woke, MAGA, whatevs. You from some third world country? Don't care. You from some first world country? Don't care. You hate a particular thing? Don't care. You like a particular thing? Don't care. What I do care about? You bought my game. You like my game. That's all I want. Nothing else matters to me. They can be whatever they want. Not saying they should go out and commit crimes in general, but like I say, it's not my business what they're doing. I'm not going to pay attention to everyone who bought my game. Other than to say, thanks for buying my game. Hope you enjoy playing it. All current success are met? Yes, yes. Wonder if not safe for work games promote themselves anyway. I mean, if you're a not safe for work game, it would make total sense for you to promote it on Pornhub or something. Or get someone on there to do it. I mean, if that's your audience, why wouldn't you promote it there? Or any of those sites. I mean, that's just the most famous one, but plenty of other ones out there, I'm sure. So why not just do that? I mean, also, Steam just took off America. Oh, more along not super game recently. Oh, okay, well. Oh yeah, I saw the payment processor thing, but you see, that doesn't affect me. So, I mean, it's not good that they're letting payment processors dictate their policy, but until they do their own payment processing, they really can't not do that. It's pretty hard. Thanks for the follow, Windybeard Games. How's it going? As we discuss the inner things in life, like how best to promote your not safe for work game? I don't know. I'm not making a not safe for work game, so. But yeah, the Steam processor, payment processor thing is interesting. There might be some blowback against that, but they also can't do much.
unless they take their own payment processing. Like if they do it themselves, they turn to a payment processor, they can tell them all to shove it. That's going to be hard. I mean, they might. Steam's big. So it'd be interesting to see what happens on that one. I don't know if they're going to go to bat for not safe for work games. I really don't know if they're going to. I mean, Patreon doesn't go to bat for him. Itch.io doesn't go to bat for him. But I mean, Steam is big. Steam has a lot of clout. So I mean, like, but I don't think they can force the big payment processors to budge. I think anyone, any swing, yeah. Anyone who was any swing in the industry, yeah. Like, I don't think that. Well, I mean, Steam's gone to bat for some things, but I just don't see why they would go to bat for not safe for work games. I really don't. I think that if they're going to pick a fight against the payment processors, it's going to be over something a lot more serious than some fetish crap. But Steam will go to bat on things, so maybe. You're where you speak for whole generations with that don't care. I mean, for real, those statements, fast cut, put on TikTok, and get all that not specifically targeted clientele you could wish for. Good material. Let me sleep over it. Any other potential hobby on my to-do list? Let's see. I mean, it's true. The don't care thing is much more popular than you think. I mean, a lot of people just don't. Not a lot of people are caught up in that constant, you know, political battle that's happening on, you know, X all the time. Most normies aren't. And the second you involve a normie, normies don't like that very much. They don't care. It's like 1% of people out there give a crap. A lot of us just want, well, our hot chicks in video games, but nothing. They just want, you know, what they enjoy and they want to be catered to, and that's how I view it. You know, if I have if you release a product and the product's full of things I don't like, okay, I don't care about your product. Okay, that's fine. You didn't make it for me. That's fine. You didn't get my money. That's it. That's how I do it. I'm not boycotting you. I don't want your product. Your product's full of some weird political ideology. I don't want it. That's not what I'm there for. Not in my game. No. So it's just like, I really just don't care that much about these people things. It's like they act like I should, you know, care about their opinion, but as a consumer, I give them their opinion. Because if they don't accept the opinion I give them, I am buying their product. Hi, Wongren. How's it going? That seems interesting. I offer the answer for games. Specifically, well, I mean, there's money involved, so there is that. There's value in that, but it's more they're fighting the payment processors' ability to dictate, telling them what they can and can't do. So it would be just they're picking the fight for the future of not being bossed around, and this would just be the start of the fight. Like, so it's like, okay, well, they're picking like the low-hanging fruit by attacking these kinds of games that Steam probably agrees with getting rid of. But if Steam doesn't fight it, then they'll come for other games that don't agree with like political ideologies and the like too over time. Like, it's just going to get to a point where it's like you have to have exactly what they want. So Steam might pick the fight purely on the grounds that they don't want to be told what to do, which is fair. I'm deep into market research right now, and it seems that there's a few not safe for work games in my niche. That's fair. There's a lot of them in every niche. I'm sure there's Metroidvania ones too. Risky opinion right there. I don't know if that's really risky. I think that's just the normal opinion of people. To be honest, like, wouldn't be hard for Valve to make their own payment process system. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's just that then people have to use it. But I mean, if they made it like a credit card setup or something, maybe. I guess they just have to process debit cards themselves. I think they could do it. I think people would trust them enough. And they have the clout. They have, you know, they're big enough. But I don't think they would. I'm not going to bet against Valve doing it. That's for certain. Anybody would bite their hand off for business? Yeah, probably.
Marketing Yoda said, buy or don't buy. There is no browsing. Fair. I don't know. I do a lot of browsing. It's called watching YouTube and Twitch videos on things before I decide I want something. There's certain people, like, if they say your game sucks, there's a high likelihood I'm going to not play your game, because typically I agree with their opinion on things because I like the same kind of games. You know why I know? Because I'll watch them play the games that they do. So I know they like certain games and I like those games because I'm watching them. So if those people go, this game sucks, I'll be like, they're probably right. Like, unless the game is super in my interest, then I might go against that, but chances are I'll watch a video of them playing and be like, wow, this does suck. And I'll move on. So I do a lot of browsing in a way. Honestly though, I have overthought this stuff for ages until I'm really disciplines. Be doing video tutorials, write up how-tos, just spread demos, etc. It's all that nagging, they won't work, but the thing is, I won't know if I don't try. I realize that, but still doing that one step. Well, I mean, I've found if I overcomplicate something, I ain't doing it. The more things I put in the way, the more hurdles, the less likelihood it happens. So when I want to make a game, I just start to, like, if you'll see me make like a system, say like this game or something, if it's some really complex system, it'll take me forever. I'll sit there, like, it won't even get done. So I'll be like trying to come up with all these things, plotting all these. It's like the meme of all the calculations going on. You're going. So instead, what I do is I make a down and dirty, gets it done. Just, okay, it's real simple. It gets it done. Now I have something to work off of, and I've already started. I got that first step in, and I can always make it better later. And that's really true for anything. It's just like, okay, well, I made an itch.io page. I just put some thumbnails up like that were like nothing great. I do that with Steam too. I haven't done it yet, but I just need to make anything. Because once you have something, it's real easy to make it better. But if you try to make that perfect thing out of nothing, it's really tough. It becomes this mountain in your mind of just, you know, how am I ever going to get up to the top? How am I going to, like, deal with when I'm at the top of the mountain? And you forget those first steps up the mountain, basically, like that, you know? It's not about each step. It's just, you look at the whole mountain, and the mountain is so much. But if, you know, each thing is just a handful of steps that you're looking at by starting with just a small thing, it makes it so much easier. And that's how I get things done. If I try to do it the other way, it will not get done. It just doesn't. In fact, I have a better example. My friend, he inherited this house, right? And, you know, he rents me a room for cheap. That's why I stay in California. When I first came here, like, he got it from his grandmother. The place was just loaded with junk. Just, like, literally just chest high with tiny pathways in, like, a bunch of the rooms. And over time, he didn't like to deal with it. He didn't want to deal with it. It was too much work for him, but it was all his stuff, so I couldn't just throw it away. So every day, and this has gone on for years, I have taken one item and put it on the dining room table for him to figure out what to do with. And you might think, hey, that'll take a while. I've been here for 5 years. That's over 1,500 items that have been dealt with. I'm just saying. And now, this office that I sit in now still has some junk in it, sure. But this was one of those rooms with chest-high garbage. And now I can use it as an office. All because one item a day. Where I was just like, hey, what do you want to do with this? Hey, what do you want to do with this? Now it's like, it's a routine. Because he's happy to deal with that one a day. But again, it was too much for him. It was this giant mountain of problems and he just wouldn't deal with it. And so, slow and steady wins the race, right? There's a reason that proverb exists. It's mostly about the quality of the content that defines if the game will sell or not. There's not too much marketing you can do if something in the game doesn't bring something with it. Yeah, but quality is not all it is. You got to get the word out. But having a quality product does make a difference. If you don't have any quality in your product, I mean, just look at the Assassin's Creed Shadows. That sold very poorly. See, if you have no quality in your product, there you go. No amount of advertising will save you. Take that, Assassin's Creed Shadows. God, that game looks stupid. Yeah, just goes, how's it going? We were just discussing, basically the tortoise and the hare. There you go. That's the slow and steady wins the race. You know, it's a marathon, not a race. That's what game dev is. And now, if you just do things over time in little chunks, it's much better than trying to tackle the big thing.
To be fair, Assassin's Creed Shadows was higher than indie game revenue. Yeah, but they lost a bunch of money because their advertising and their development costs. So, to be fair, they actually made less than most indie games that made any money made. They actually lost money, so they didn't make crap. They did very bad. I mean, I like Assassin's Creed. Someone had to. Yeah. All I know is, hey man, it's a game about assassins in Japan. Why am I not playing a ninja? Why am I playing a samurai? Samurais aren't assassins. They have that whole honor thing. They're the opposite of an assassin. I mean, obscuring the whole, is a black guy thing, which was weird, and they made up all that lore that made no sense. I mean, because obviously it should have been a Japanese guy in Japan. That's what we would expect. And I would have played as, if it was just the Japanese chick the whole time too, I'd have played Kunoichi. I mean, listen, I'm okay with assassin chicks. But, like, it's Japan and assassins. Why aren't we playing ninjas? That's my problem with that game. I want to be an assassin in Assassin's Creed. I know it's weird. I don't want to be some weird bruiser, I even know, a wish fulfillment samurai thingy. No. What you're thinking is like Dynasty Warriors or something. That's just Chinese, but still, you're thinking like, just some brawler game. That's not an Assassin's Creed game. That's weird. I didn't understand. Yeah, I get that. I guess it's more that I'm willing to just throw it out and just don't care. It's just funny I love watching others do it for myself. Like, it's a mental hurdle. Oh, it's a mental hurdle for all of us. That moved here. Because I feel like I do not. Feel like I actually do care. I like to pretend that I'm not. But it helps having your other streamers' opinions on this. It encourages and getting near comfortable mindsets. Thanks. Yeah, I'm here to help. I mean, listen. Even if my game doesn't do well, at least if I inspire someone else to do well, hey, that ain't nothing. Besides, I'm happy to chat with people. It's great. It's one of my favorite things about it. Streaming's a lot of fun. I mean, I do take breaks from working on the game, but I put so many hours in this. I don't mind taking breaks because while I'm taking a break, I'm thinking on things I'm going to do. I'm also going to shrink a bunch of things down somehow. Like a pro. But yeah, like everyone has the mindset of this epic, really difficult thing in front of them. Everyone thinks to themselves, oh my god, that's so much to do. That's just how it is. It's just whether or not you do it. And like I say, if you look at it in smaller steps of just, one step at a time, just get a small thing done. It's so much easier than trying to scale the whole mountain. Okay, I'm eating out today. I'll be back later. Oh. Yeah, I know I'm bad at saving money. Apparently so, but hey, enjoy your food. At least it's cheaper here than there, where it's like $20 for a burger and fries. And it's not good burger and fries. I have not liked Assassin's Creed games since the first two. I think Assassin's Creed failed because anti-consumer frenzy, lack of innovation. That's fair. The strange choices they made to antagonize consumers, also weird. Antagonizing your customer base, never a good plan. Just saying. They don't have to give you their money. They don't owe you anything. You're the one who has to convince them that they want your product. Probably be their friend. Just another reskin before one before that likely cost a fortune to make due to the internal issues Ubisoft. Complex film person. Yeah, I mean, Ubisoft goes under the whole worries more about political ideology and then hiring people of quality and merit. And that was the whole Expedition 33 thing where their website lists 34 people on their dev team, and they hired like 30 over the course of it. But Ubisoft had hundreds of people, and their game looked like crap. Had features that they're like in everything. I mean, nothing good. There was, no, as you said, no innovation at all. Basically, they had a lot of people doing nothing and spending a lot of money doing it. Now, if Assassin's Creed Shadows had been made by a tenth of the people, it would have made money. Their team's bloated with people who aren't qualified. So, because if that's all they came up with, they really aren't qualified. So the failure is largely in that they need to hire people good at their jobs and not worry about checkboxes or attacking their customer base over political ideologies, which is also part of the checkbox thing. Yeah. I don't know why these people have decided attacking their customers and hiring people who can't get the job done is the right call, but... But they're going to replace all those people with AI anyway, so a bunch of people who are unqualified are going to lose their job to AI. And they're still going to put out slop, because AI tends to make slop. Because AI recycles ideas that already exist. So nothing's going to change at Ubisoft. But to be fair, they sold a lot of their IPs to some other company, and their stock tanked. So I don't think Ubisoft will exist much longer. They sold off their IPs. Well, sold's kind of the wrong term. They moved them to like a separate entity. It's basically like a bunch of business shenanigans so that they can take all the stockholders of the Ubisoft thing and say, sucks to be you, you lose a bunch of money. Oh, this new corporation we've made is worth a bunch of money now. So it's a bunch of shenanigan crap there that... So I don't think Ubisoft will actually exist terribly much longer. I think it's like a corpse at this point, and they're just doing what they can to milk it before it's just dead. I guess the analogy would be a dying cow. We got to get that last little bit of milk out of it before it's dead. Ubisoft wasn't a once innovative Game Forge. I mean, a lot of these companies were innovative back in the day, but they've been around for decades and they've largely become so subordinate to shareholders trying to squeeze more and more money out of things that they no longer have the ability to innovate. Because innovation is risky, and risks lower stock prices. Do you know who can take risks? Indies. We don't have stocks. If someone wants to buy a bunch of stocks in my game, how's it going? But no stocks to worry about. No shareholders like that. The only thing I care about is the customer. So I want my game to be as fun as possible because, well, I'm trying to appeal to the customer like they should be doing. But again, they have a different customer, i.e. their shareholders. And unfortunately, it's kind of a death sentence for a company to become a publicly traded company because eventually they all end up failing. It might be over decades, but I saw a thing where it was something like the Fortune 5 companies from like 20 years ago. Of them, only 30% of them are actually still around. They're all publicly traded. They were all huge because they were Fortune 500 companies, but when you chase infinite growth, there is a cap. You can't grow forever. So eventually the stockholders are going to be upset and they're going to sell and your company's going to eat it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with them. But like I said, I don't think Ubisoft will exist much longer. I think Assassin's Creed games they gave the property to someone else. I forgot the name of the little shenanigan corporation they made for it. You'd have to look it up. I wasn't that interested because I don't like any Ubisoft games, so... Oh no. The company I don't play any of their games goes away. Damn, what am I gonna do? Yeah. Yeah. But, no, those are my thoughts on many things. Feel free to be upset about them or, you know, agree with them or whatever you want to do. It's fine. Huh? I guess I'll start clipping these things so then people can cancel me later for them or something. He doesn't have the wrong thing. He doesn't like these things because they don't agree with you. He doesn't agree with our ideology. I don't care about your ideology at all. I care about, is it fun? And if it's not, I don't care what it is. Or if it's something that I enjoy. I remember one woman, she got upset at me because I didn't watch, I watched half an hour of that episode of The Last of Us in the first season. It was about those two gay dudes. And I told her the episode was terrible. She's like, it's just great love story. And I was like, here's why it's objectively terrible. It had nothing to do with the plot. I know you want to tell an hour and 15-minute long there, but what I did is I eventually started fast forwarding until Joel and Ellie were on the screen because these characters didn't matter. They had 8 hours to tell this story before the season was over, and they wasted an hour and 15 minutes on 2 guys who never meet Joel and Ellie. I mean, Joel knew them in the past, but that's not relevant. How does that affect the plot? I was just like, I'm just going to fast forward until we get to Joel and Ellie here. This is so boring. I don't care. This is not relevant to my interest at all. And then that led to another problem because the next episode, there was some black guy and his kid. I don't know their names, just like I don't know those 2 gay dudes. Why? Because they made a point of making them all about their race or who they were having sex with, and they never told me their names. Or if they did, I don't even remember anymore because it was so irrelevant to the thing. But it was the start of the episode, and I was like, oh, we're not doing this again. So I started fast forwarding all the way to Joel and Ellie again. Going, if they aren't soon, I'm just going to stop watching this because this is, again, I ain't here for whatever this is. I'm here for your story about these 2 characters. They turned out to matter, but I didn't go back to watching this because I was so annoyed at the previous episode, wasting my time. It was very interesting to see. Eventually led to, let's see, I was watching the first season of Invincible when I watched it, and every time his girlfriend, I believe her name was Amber, came on there, like I put up with her early on, but she was so annoying and pointless. Eventually, I just started fast forwarding anytime she was on the screen. She didn't add to the plot. Invincible season 1 was very short. It was very good when she wasn't around. This has become a thing I do now. If your stuff is really boring and pointless or some sort of preachy crap, I just fast forward. Fine. It's not relevant to my interests. If it happens too often, I just stop watching. If your game's like that, I stop playing. I only put up with, things I'm not interested in for very long. She was so upset. It's like... And yet... It's my money to do with as I please. I ain't supporting something that I don't find entertaining. Beyond Good and Evil brings up thought again I wanted to ask about. You have all these nifty strings phrases floating around the game, but you have a via gamepad easily usable to virtual keyboard to enter the username, names for favorite files, etc. First I gaming on PC, but just because I discussed for keycards, no offense implied. Much more console here gamer. There's the things that are appearing in there are not things you input. Like the stuff appearing in the sky is just you going crazy. So they're just messages. Some of them are going to be story, like I'm going to put story relevant ones in there in time. But I mean, you're not, like I have controller support for the game so you can play the game, but there's no point where you enter any kind of name or anything. Or any kind of words or anything. I mean, maybe I could have a word puzzle later, but if I did a word puzzle, the way I would do a word puzzle in this game is I would actually have cubes with words on them. And I would have you pick the cubes up with like the magician or something and drop them in the order and places. Because that's way more fun than typing out something, right? Or I would have you jump on big buttons. Like I would have Poppet literally hop up and down on the keys to input the stuff. That's how I would do a puzzle if I wanted you to enter any kind of text, right? Because that's fun. That makes you feel tiny. That fits the game's mechanics. I mean, for basic inputs, I mean, I literally have controller support for all the moves and equipping things and stuff like that. Like I said, there's no point where you enter text anywhere. There's not. Like, you don't give Poppet a name. You don't name any characters in the game. You don't even name your save files. They just save 1, save 2, save 3. I mean, I suppose I could include that, but I don't think I'm going to. It's a lot of extra effort for something that's not terribly relevant. I mean, I'm sure someone will be upset, but eh. But other than that, I don't. High scores? It's a Metroidvania. There's no score. It's a story-based game. You go from start to finish of the game. You have percentage of the game completed. Sure. But like you can complete 100% of the game if you want.
But why would I have a high score in a Metroidvania? I mean, if you look, like, for the map system, it shows all the rooms. Like, this is the new map system. And I'll enter some of the map cubes. I haven't put them all in yet, and I'm still messing with the system, of course, but I'll get a bunch of the map cubes up. I need to put better pictures of them, so you can see the rooms that she's visited. And the percent, she's got 2.1% of the 5th floor found there. I mean, there's a game time recorded in there. So, for a game time, sure, but speedrunning, like, why would I enter any kind of text? Like, I don't get it. Like, the speedrunning things have their own leaderboards in places, not in the game. I've never seen a game that has speedrunning stuff built into it. Not like leaderboards for that, like that. This isn't a leaderboards game. This isn't an online game. This is... There's no world where I even need any sort of text entering in at all. Like I say, the only thing you're doing, it's just like, you know, Symphony of the Night, Bloodstained, or whatever, all those games where you have a percent completed of the map and like items found in the game. And I'm gonna total all those up for a game completed, and I'm gonna have a different completed for every one of the maps so you can see what percentage you are on those too. I might hide the squares until you find them too, which that might happen. I still have to put these other ones in here, but eventually they're all gonna look like this kind of setup where it's just, okay, these are all the rooms you gotta visit. Well, sections of the map. So, and then the total game completed will be all of the collectible things in their various arrays and all the maps divided by it'll be the total number that combined against the ones you have. And that'll be per game percentage completed, and that'll be, well, again, you don't enter any of that information, so. Currently there's 143 blocks, but I might be expanding that. I'm going to redo how these are done. I need to figure out how to scroll this too. Not just up and down, but to the sides and stuff. And I made this map thing yesterday, and it works, but it needs more. That's what's so sad. It's missing an in-game ranking for this hardcore game. That's not even a relevant thing for this game. This doesn't have online anything. This is a single-player game. Those kinds of things are an online thing. Single-player games don't include that stuff. That's an online thing. That's if a bunch of people are playing in like lobbies. This is not a lobby game. This is not an online anything. This is solo everything. Like, if people want to speedrun it, they'll have speedrunner leaderboards. They already have speedrunning sites. And the in-game timer will be, I guess, the indicator. And at the very end of the game, before the speedrunners and everyone, I will put your timer for how much you got, and you'll also your completion at the end. So you'll have that. It'll probably be, I don't know if I do it at the end of the credits or if I just do it at the end of the title. Probably, I think I do it after the ending scene and put those up there, and then I'll do the credits after that. Just so the speedrunners have that going for them, because I think that's fair. You know, that's something that, I mean, Metroid did it. It's unusual. Not all the Metroidvania games do it. But I have it all set up to do that. So I might as well, right? But, yeah, there's... For the hardcore gamers who want to, you know, speedrun that stuff, there's websites for that. That's what it's for. I also wouldn't cater to that audience anyway because it's such a small audience. I would cater towards the average Metroidvania player. And I might include difficulty modes as DLC. I'm not going to have different difficulty modes later, until later. Like in the first release game, it will not have other, it'll have one difficulty. And then if people like the game, then I'll release a DLC of other difficulties. And maybe additional playable characters. Because I do have an idea for a DLC for a couple of playable characters. However, it's got to do well before that. Hey, Home Victor. Well, having a good day. Oh, appreciate it.
Hopefully work goes well and you have a great day as well. We're just discussing assorted thingies about all these fun things in the gaming industry. I haven't accomplished much since I started that, but that's fine. I enjoy chatting too much. It's just how I am. It's just how I am. I gotta fix the items can't be bought from the shop. Let me start doing some useful things, I guess. Why can't I buy these? Also gotta fix the map too. I have a way better idea for some of the map stuff. But I got a lot of bugs and things I need to add in new systems there. Can you have to do the convo? That's fair. Well, the good news is on YouTube there is a stream, and actually I'll have the stream available on Twitch as well. Like I'll publish it afterwards as usual. So if you want to hear all about those things, it's available. Items. Not those items. I think it's under collectibles. But yeah, we're just largely talking about companies that don't cater to us, you know? And then them wondering why we don't buy their stuff. Huh. Turns out I'm in no obligation to finance their idiocy. It's like, hey, you didn't make this product for me. Fantastic. I'm not buying it. You have to. No, I don't. There's plenty of other products out there. I don't want it. But you might miss out. On what? Something I don't want? Oh no, what am I going to do? My life, it is so ruined. So ruined. I'm missing out on something I didn't want. Damn. However will I recover? Oh, wait, I don't care. That's right. Huh. That's weird how that works out. Do you not have gameplay tags? Do the collectibles not have gameplay tags? Really? Wow. That's weird. Probably why I can't buy them. Okay. That explains the problem. I just switched everything to gameplay tags. So. I get you. Let me try to be more precise just for the sake of finishing this thought. It always felt special to be on the one platform and ranked verifiably without relying on video proof, which was be contested anyways. One of the reasons why Nintendo games are so beloved because they push you to rank. The game style gives me a full early 2K vibes regarding the simplicity of gameplay. It also feels easy to grasp, but hardness to tackle. Yeah, that's fair. It's lovely speedrunners might love it, which leads to videos references. But enough of that. Yeah, like say, like, Nintendo has, for their example, a whole online setup, like a whole ecosystem that they can build into, and they're also a huge corporation with, you know, untold millions of dollars, so they can afford features that are more narrow because they have millions of dollars to invest in every game. I don't have the support for much of any kind of online thing. I could probably have Steam support for things like that, I guess, but games don't usually have Steam leaderboards. Usually the speedrunners have their own little communities, and that would be cool if people got into speedrunning, and I'll do what I can to try to help them. But as far as creating an entire online system just so they can rank each other, that's probably not happening. That's a lot of bridges that one must cross. Servers, online support, which I don't even know about yet. Making a whole bunch of menus and things and storing all that information and then making certain it's verified at all times and so it's accurate. All for a game that might not even sell. So in the world where the game makes millions of dollars and people decide speedrunning is the thing, hey man, anything's possible, but that's one of those things where your game already needs to be successful before you would do it. Unless you have untold millions to invest, in which case, hey, whatever you want to spend your money on. I put about $1,000 into this game. And not all that money was for this game. It was actually for the game that I didn't end up making. I just pulled a bunch of assets from that. I was like, well, technically, I already have these, so whoop, right into this game. Poppet's outfit was the dress from the other game. It just took us like, yoink.
think it was from the other game. Yoink. The toy maker was from the other game. Yoink. Charlotte was made for this game, so Poppet was made for this game. A lot of versions of Poppet made for this game. A lot of versions of Poppet. I believe like 50 versions of Poppet. Changed so much on her. Multiple outfits too. But yeah, I think that what'll happen is it'll be a lot like other indie games where if they really like speedrunning it, it'll be just like Castlevania and all the other ones where they don't have support for that. It'll just be they have their own communities and they verify it. But in the day and age of Twitch, people can just, you know, stream on Twitch and it's like verified basically. I mean, if someone wants to cheat to win the leaderboards on my game, hey, whatever, you know. Yeah, well, I guess that was implied. Technical question: how it would be to implement such a feature game? I mean, just literally just a leaderboard, not trying to diminish the work needed, just waiting for you to have an insight. Really hard, right? Because the game's not set up for any kind of online connectivity, anything. So I would need to add all that. Need to add connected to servers and set up all the information for how to make that even work. Some way to verify they aren't even cheating, which again, I don't have any of that in there because it's a single player game. I don't care if you cheat. Go ahead. Fine. I mean, it's a lot of systems that are going to have to be added in to make this simple leaderboard. And it's... I mean, I'd be adding probably a few months of work to make that leaderboard a thing. Plus the costs incurred of having to maintain whatever servers are keeping track of that. Unless Steam could do it, but then I would need to support it for like the Epic one too, because I was going to release it on Epic as well. And maybe consoles someday if the game does well enough. I can't really test for the consoles because I don't own any, so that's why I'm not really wasting time with consoles. I mean, I've really no much clue work that. I admit I have absolutely no clue how much work that is. Universal, are you willing to allow mods? I mean, am I going to provide mod support for them? And not at first. Maybe if for some reason people want to mod the game and that's a thing, maybe at some point I could come up with that. But it's one of those low priority things. Like those are all things that assume your game is a success. All that time can be spent on making the game itself better, and not adding margin, like, you know, narrow features that you hope people will use. Because again, your game got to be popular for them to even want to speedrun it for a leaderboard to matter. Your game has to be popular if people want to spend time making all these mods for it. But if you took all those months of work you're putting into support for that, because it's difficult for the mods. Like, I mean, I had to hook in all these things so it adjusts and overwrites my stuff. Which I haven't even thought of how it would go about doing. Because I've never made a game with mods before. Yeah, like all that time. Just imagine if I took all that time and just put it in the game, that makes it so much more popular, right? That's the thing. Like, because I mean, it'd probably take a few months to add each of those features. 6 months extra dev time on the rest of the game would be far more valuable. Just curious always. Take time, trying to thoughts and questions. Yeah, I'm always happy to answer. My knowledge of the online stuff is terrible. My knowledge of how I would include mods is not even something I've thought about, so I'll say it's also terrible. Which really just comes down to I would have to do a lot of research and put a lot of time into something that's not part of the you know, minimum viable product, right? Because my minimum viable product is you're going to get 4 chapters of the game spread out over 7 levels of the building. Well, 6 in a hidden area. And, you know, there's like 100 enemies, approximately 14 bosses. Hopefully a pretty good story. And, you know, like 66 abilities to play with in this Metroidvania thing. That's what I'm aiming for. That's what I'm trying to give you. Anything beyond that, extra difficulties, mods, online leaderboards, multiplayer, which people like, multiplayer? No, this game is not even remotely built for multiplayer. But I mean, like, all these extra things is just, they're just not part of that product. Like, those are things where, I mean, they might come out as DLCs. Like, I might follow the Bloodstained model, really, where if the game does well, I start giving out, like, even DLCs to encourage people to keep buying the game. Like, I don't even got to charge you for the DLCs. If more people buy the game because of the DLCs, okay. So,
I don't have a big name behind me. I'm just me. So when you're just, you know, a nobody, you should probably go with the minimum viable product. I mean, even Minecraft, when it first came out, didn't have all those features it has now. Didn't have any of that. Wasn't even online. So, I mean, you know, I would definitely focus on features that matter for your core game and ignore anything that isn't super important to that. Otherwise, well, you're going to create that mountain that you never managed to surmount. I actually saw a game last night. I can't pronounce the guy's name of the game, so let that be a lesson to you that when you name your game, name it something I can pronounce, okay? So I was like, it's like some combination of their last names, and I was like, I don't even know how to say it. And he just kept, I watched for like an hour, and he just kept going on more and more features, but none of them were polished. He's like, look, you can even program your own stuff. It was like Roblox, effectively, like his own Roblox thing, but done with like a Hotline Miami look. That weird neon look, and it was cool for what it was, and it was super large, just super working. He definitely put a lot of time into it, but that guy had no concept of what a minimum viable product was. He's like, I'm gonna add more features, and I was like, you're still telling me features after an hour. I think your game's good, buddy. Maybe you should release this. Like, what are we talking about here? I mean, it looked like he did a great job for what it was, but if he just instead of adding like 9 million more features, if he just made the ones he currently had like way more polished, it might be pretty cool. But as it was, I'm just like, this game ain't never happening. Been at it for 3 years, and it looks cool, but minimum viable product. Learn what it is. It's important. Let me ask though, technically, how much effort does it take you to provide minimal playable demo levels? The core plus one level, could you produce that easily? Well, and basically the whole package being downloaded, you know, size, accessibility. Why would I split it up? I think like I'll have a demo, and the demo will be a small portion of the game. Creating levels in a Metroidvania is harder than a lot of other genres. It's a lot harder, and there is a reason for it, because the levels are the gameplay, right? Like, you have to deal with all these traversal things in order to make those things interesting, so you have to start putting weird places for them to go and things. It's not like an RPG where you just make a pretty area to wander through, and then the fights are the whole gameplay, or finding treasures or something like that. You know, like this, I need to connect, you know, provide weird ways for you to jump up using like the Empress over here or something like that. Why? Gotta have that. Or down here, this is a room to explain the Empress. I gotta have a little maze to fall down into and get through this, or secret areas and things. So it takes a long time to design levels for a Metroidvania. So you'll find that I'll spend a huge amount of time on level design and keep going back and refining, because the levels make or break the game. But that's just a genre specific thing where placement of stuff matters. Like having the right benches in the right place, so you can actually climb your way up with the right abilities. These kinds of things are necessary. And I got to give you uses for all those abilities and kind of mix it up. So it's kind of like a puzzle, really, with like making you need certain traversal abilities in certain areas. And the more of I give out, the more I got to shuffle it just to mess with you. So it takes quite a while for that. So I don't know about a minimum playable level per se. I mean, you can make a concept pretty fast. That's what these other areas are. You can start to see, like, the farther out I go, the more concept it is. Right? Save those, sure. It's really hot in this room for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, you want to download the whole game anyway. In general, like it's not a game that's broken up into levels per se. It's a game that's broken up into nothing. It's a solid game. It's just a win. I mean, you start to see how concept some of my levels get here, where this is This is pretty fully fledged. Like, this is essentially ready to ship. This room. This room here is super bare bones and just represents a dining area that I haven't really done anything with. This represents a restaurant, but the restaurant isn't gamified. There's no game in here to do. It's just some crap you could jump around on, which is boring. This room has nothing. Like, it has a key on top of that. It has like almost no game elements. This room out here is loaded with game elements and is basically already, you know, ready with the exception of maybe I can add some grass in and move some things around, look a little nicer. But it has huge amounts of gameplay objectives to deal with, underwater areas, things. It's a thing that's interesting. Or you have a room like this over here, which is got it's been gamified, but it hasn't been designed to look good yet. So this would be like a minimum playable gamified level, room where you have objectives that require you to do things, and as gameplay it just looks terrible because there's just nothing in here yet. It's eventually going to be a pirate city. I just need to get to work designing a pirate city, and there'll be some gameplay added with, you know, buildings to jump on too. But this is a single player game, and single player games, there'll be a demo, which will be a small portion of the game, and then there'll be the full portion of the game, and then if the game's popular, there'll be DLCs, which might not even be, like, they might be free DLCs if people like the game enough. I might just reward them. The reason asking is I watch my youngest daughter, 9, how she dives into the gaming world, and she and her friends are actually looking for demos just because they're happy bits to try. It reminds me starting of the old days where a lot of the magazine issues, I remember those, the CDs with all the demos. Yep. Nowadays all the magazine placement. Yeah. I mean, like, say it'll have a demo on Steam, and I mean, of course I'm gonna have a demo on Steam. That's about it. There'll be a demo on Steam at some point before the game comes out. How much before was debatable. Maybe super before, I don't even know. I'm kind of watching how Thomas brushed his game because that'll make a big difference on how it goes. Because, I mean, he's got like 200,000 wish lists on his thing, so his game's automatically successful. But he also has, like, you know, like 300,000 people sub to him on YouTube, and I have, you know, 473. It's like the same number if you don't think about it. So always watch what successful people do and emulate that. If you emulate what the successful people do, you know, they're successful for a reason. Right? How's that in gameplay tags? And I forgot. Terrible. I didn't do it that way, whatever. Rename, please. Please be to rename. Gameplay tags. There's an ad break going. Nice. Tag container. Actually, I'm gonna take a break. Brief bio break too. I think it's like 4 hours into we're back.
I had to put a fan in the window. It was horrible in here. It's gotten so hot. My Jesus. Whew. It's like 77 in the house. It shouldn't be that hot, but this computer is kind of a heater. She's a beast. She is definitely a beast. Get gameplay tags. Oh, I put a 3 in there. I was like, wait, I know I have this in here. Get gameplay tags. Come. I don't know if I need to update gameplay tags, but hey, whatever. Why would I need to update gameplay tags on this? I don't need to update gameplay tags. It's like I'd be adding a tag. Actually, it would just be this add tag set. Yeah. Anyway, I need the tags can interact, I believe. It might be has dialogue and can interact are required. How did I set this up on Poppet? I redid the system for her upkeep graph, which I need to work on this too for that matter. And well, the display you see your kind use icon is not what I want. It's in the story graph for dialogue. Yeah, input action interaction check for dialogue. So it has to have has dialogue. Okay. And then so the sanity upgrade has to have has dialogue, so gameplay tags. Not all of them need it, otherwise I put it on the base, but it's just for the story ones. So there aren't many Bibles. Well, not yet. You're not going to buy most of the collectibles. Can has dialogue? Can has dialogue. Health upgrade, my curse upgrade. Okay. So far, only 3 things you can buy from there anyway. I'm going to go with entirely a system where it's all collectibles. And like the only thing you can really collect is like buying things. You can do that if you want. Otherwise, I'm not going to really do much more than that. Like there's going to be no grinding or whatever. And that's purely because balancing levels is hard and it's not really that fun to grind. Oh, that's not what I want. This doesn't even have gameplay tags. I guess they aren't instance editable. Might just make it vanish. I'll see if it even stays. Oh, no one chatting anymore. So glad. Well, I guess I can actually be useful. 100 coins, perfect. I'll probably take the crystals out again as an option. I don't think I'm gonna have those.
That's kind of a weird glitchy thing with the numbers there, though. Interesting. You go back in there, again, it has zeros at the end there. That's... What is going on there? It's like there's an extra number behind them or something. It's on all of them. I'm gonna screenshot it. I saw one problem here. Things are not viable again in the shop. I keep breaking that all the time. I'm pretty certain I fixed the hidden grotto thingy. Some of these problems are really bad ones, like that doesn't always drop a key. Doesn't super matter, but it does matter. Patrick has a problem with that too. Oh yeah, Patrick has the attack that causes him to freeze. I'll have to work on that too. The enemy's floating is a problem. I think for the next month I should really just double down and focus on this first chapter being just golden. Right? As soon as the story is in there, I mean, a demo could exist. If I go with AI voice acting, then the demo can exist immediately. If I go with have to get funding in order to voice act, then the demo would take much longer because I simply don't have enough money for voice acting. I don't. Not even close. Not even like Fiverr voice acting. All the extra licensing makes it so expensive. Even the collectibles are like over how many thousands of words just the crystal balls were. I was like, this thing, it's just crystal balls alone. It'll cost me like $200. They're just a collectible. What the hell? I need to work in the NPC system. I might have a few more NPCs just sitting around doing things, but I think in the first area, the only NPCs you're going to encounter will be Tinka, obviously, Annie's on, and Oliver at the end of the chapter. Annie's on doesn't even spawn when you get closer, she just spawns in the area, so that's a thing. That might cause some problems, I'll have to see. It might be some infinite glitch on that or something. Anyway. This works, but now there's a bug with the stats when you buy an upgrade. Causing them to display incorrectly. Leave that there, I might need it. Like thinking about it, I might need that. And I was like, oh, you know, wait a minute. I might have to run a bunch of tests. HUD. Any cartoony or rough manly voice for me up, voice acting or promises, but okay, actually. I'm fair. Hard to see on how it all goes. One of the biggest concerns I have about getting people involved with this is then, you know, they could be like, whoa, all right, he didn't say I could use his work, blah, 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 and like, you know, they can get some legal things with it. I had a bunch of people I bought music from, and they started copyright claiming me for the music I bought from them. It happened on 3 different occasions. Like 3 different people I bought music from. I was like, so I'm like going, do I involve people? It runs into a lot of problems, but I'm gonna have to for voice acting. But at least if I have somewhere where I've paid, I can prove that I have the rights to use it. But I might take people up. I might do the free thing. I don't even know. We'll have to see. The big problem right now is that most of the characters are female. Because, like I say, the premise is a lot like if, you know, Jack the Ripper turned his victims into toys instead of flaying them in the streets. So, unsurprisingly, Jack the Ripper, I mean, this is not actually Jack the Ripper, but the inspiration was there. But Jack the Ripper, went after just women. There are some male, victims in here, but they are less common. So I'm like, okay. Why did I make a game with so many female characters? Should have made all guys. I could have voice acted half the characters myself. Damn. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Yes. I don't know. We'll see what happens. For the demo, I'm not going to worry too much about it. But in the future, we shall see. How do you even end up with double text? What if I just zero it out first? Is it just like getting some sort of weird shadow effect? Well, let's see. There's currently like Felix, who I'm probably gonna call like Don Fluffles or something in honor of Sword Art Online Abridged. Oliver, the toy maker, has guaranteed male characters in the game. Sir Tin would be another male character in the game. After that, I don't know who else is going to be in there. But there's at least 4 male characters. Meanwhile, for females, there's Tinka, Poppet, Annie's on. The 5 major victims. I guess if we like Patrick and those people could be like if they have a voice or not. I don't know if they will, but I don't think all the bosses are gonna have a bunch of story. But the 5 main victims are all women. I guess there's not as many on Charlotte, of course. I think those are all the planned like characters that might have a voice. The sub bosses might have voices. There might be some NPCs in there too. Weren't crazy. We'll see. Yeah, there's 4 planned male characters. Trying to think if there's any others. I have some concept characters that I could use. I think I'm going to keep the story pretty self-contained though. Like, it's not going to be a very big story. That's a Metroidvania, not like a JRPG. You don't spend a lot of time just sitting around chatting, Metroidvania. Usually. Sometimes. But not really. Wait, is this moving over or something? Did it move? There's only 2 text thingies here. I'm trying to figure out how one could end up like off kilter like that. Obviously when the stats are updated, that would be when the numbers would change a bit. So let's grab this. Yeah, it's like it just doesn't update the other number. But that one looks like it's behind the thing behind it too, so it's like a secondary one. That's weird. Oof. 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 Current licensings would be BC, CC, BA, ICC, any work-based letting commercial use, name attribution in case of indeed non-derivative. I just have it used in immune shorts. And maybe they have to be like on some sort of site somewhere to make it like some way to prove it. I'd hate to have my entire project completely sidelined because I decided to trust some person, and then it's just like, but by the way, here's this thing and it caused all these problems. It's like, So that's, I probably figure something out. I don't know. When I get to that point there. Okay, so hiding it is that text. It's not a different text. It's just somehow not updating the look. It's like it just isn't updating the previous look. This is what we're connected to, right? Like, this is the same one, sure. But yeah, I wouldn't mind giving credit for things. It's just legality issues are the worst. Put so much time into this. I'd hate to have problems. Because it'd really only take like one problem like that and the game would never release because I wouldn't be able to afford fighting it in court. I guess I haven't tried it with this delay in there yet. Maybe the delay will make a difference. I don't know how it's not updating the previous version. Like how it's producing a new text but not another. Like it's just not refreshing. And now it's blinking with like an extra 0, and then sometimes it blinks all of them. Well, it's only blinking all of them because of the little thing he's ending up behind it and in front of it. What layer are you on? Z order that, and then stat progress is... No, that's the wrong one. Grab this over here. There's no Z order option to set near? I've had so much trouble ever since I decided to make this where it doesn't update perpetually and only updates the one time. When Poppet collects that, what does it do? Perhaps it's just constantly running it. So it adds those here. Update status here.
I'm over in California. So curious to topic where we at in California. Me and journalists commonly just choose a state court. In most cases, New York's Convention for International Court of Law to reply because it's accepted by most countries and part of the UN. In jurisdiction. In case I'm in Germany, so you, I believe you, and I don't want to mingle with you, and German rights for commercial use is that asset is not under accepted open license like Creative Commons. Yeah. That's the other problem is people in other countries, and then the legality. Well, first off, I can't even afford to fight the legality of any of it, so like that's expensive, and the game isn't even going to make that kind of money. You probably don't even afford that. It just opens up a can of worms that I have to fight, potential problems. And I'm like, the laws in other countries, it's just like, okay, well, I can't even sue these people because if it's expensive to sue someone here, imagine international law. Jesus. Why am I doing this to myself? So,
nice, whatever in there. Update. If there's some sort of website that proves it's up there, like then I don't usually mind too much because it's just right there, but
like some third party that gets the job done.
well, that delay is awful. Wait, did it even say update stats? Enable all screen messages. Oh, he's constantly doing it. Why? Why is it updating player stats over and over and over? Man, I'd have to look into all that, and it would be... We'll see. I like to have ironclad proof that I have rights to something.
So up at this point, I have exactly all the proof backing me that I have rights to use everything I didn't make myself for this project. Not that that's helped with music so far. That's okay. I'm just going to use AI for music at this point. I'm not paying more people. I'm tired of being screwed. It's annoying.
I have no pity for them after the 3 times. None. What the hell is calling this so many times? Update player stat. Something very wrong with this. That's one of the convention together and defense, blah blah. Massachusetts licensing jurisdiction applies. Almost no one wants to have the management, financial overhead, local rights sharing per country. And supposed to do CC nowadays, unless it's an exclusive time-bound project. Not pro here, just sharing my findings. Fair. I'll have to see. I mean, like I say, it's a pretty big can of worms that I don't know. At this point, I mostly need female voices anyway, so it's almost a moot point. I can do the male voices myself for the most part, but I cannot do the female voices. So true. Something is calling this over and over and over. What? Let me check on widget stats here. Maybe there's some sort of function or something I set for this and set stats. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I appreciate it. I don't know. Like I say, the more people screw me over, the more I just become averse to a lot without some sort of way to prove it. If it's on some, like, you know, like if it's on, like, was it like opensound.org or something like that, where there's like proof of it, then I wouldn't really care too much, but it'd be interesting to see. I don't even know. It's like an infinite trigger on these items. And it's doing it anyway, it just updates stats. Where? What is calling this? Find all references to this. It's gonna become me? Huh, yeah. Yeah, well that's why I'm a solo dev. Why I don't bother to involve people. Why I don't trust people, or what. When I have, it's never really turned out in my favor. And this project is so far along that I just don't even want to risk it. It would actually be better to just not have audio at that, but not have like voice acting at that point, just to avoid the risk. Which is unfortunate, but it's what it's been. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Just load them up, just get it done. Might as well, it's going on index them anyway. Hopefully this doesn't take that long. But I mean, like, music has really gotten me good. Like, I've been screwed so many times. I even got screwed by, when I bought some music from RPG Maker. One of the big corporations over there in, like, Tokyo also started copyright claiming me. Even though they had a thing with them and I paid RPG Maker, and I went and talked to people who made that, going, hey, I bought your thing. What's this? And they're like, oh, well, you're going to have to talk to them. I was like, it was bought through your marketplace. These are your partners. What is this? So I mean, I've been nailed by big companies like that. I've also been sold stolen assets on like Fab twice now. So I mean, I'm no stranger to just getting screwed on just even this project.
I had to abandon a whole bunch of stuff for this project because it turned out to be stolen from the game. And I went and watched a playthrough of that game to see the assets myself. And I was like, you are correct. They have been stolen from there. I guess they're just not in here anymore. So I remade a whole bunch of areas that I'd use those assets in. That was fun. Yeah. I mean, the AI things are looking like gonna happen if people keep screwing me over. I want to support people, I do, but there's you know, a limit. There really is on how much I'm willing to be screwed before I just go, nah. Print string, update system graph. It was never saying this, so I never did that. Wait, what? Well, it makes sense that this is a thing. Wait, what? Why is that a thing? I get the stat array, sure, and for each element update player stats, but this is update player stats. This is an infinite loop. What is this? Why is this? Yeah, I need to support myself. Let's support my friend. Yeah, like, the less I have invested, the better too. Update player stats just runs forever. Well, first off, does this even do anything? I get the feeling there's multiple of these. Oh, because that actually updated all those, but I didn't update these, so... Yeah, that's what updates all of them. This is not the infinite, though, I guess. Oh, never mind. These are the array elements for those things, sure. I shouldn't do anything. What is going on here? Something is just getting the player stats over and over and over, and I'm not seeing what it is, which makes me think that something is linked up here. This only event construct. And it just sets the color and opacity of a bunch of things, so that's nothing. Sets these things, that's still nothing. Huh. This one never even comes up. It's just running the whole time. But even when I broke this, it was still doing it, right? They were still running over and over. I get the feeling two things share a similar name. Share the same name.
It shouldn't be possible. So it's doing anyway. This is regardless of that. I mean, I have this on everything over here too. Time for you to bunkers the mattress. Have fun. Enjoy the work. Keep at it. It's good stuff. Thanks. Much more streams. I appreciate it. Thanks for chatting and giving me ideas and everything like that. We'll see on all that stuff. I mean, if people offered help, I might take people up on it. I don't even know. We'll see what Epic does. If they give me a bunch of money, maybe I just swear to pay people. Let's see. Yeah, sleep well. I'll be here many more days this week. Well, at least a couple more days this week. I'll probably stream even Saturday or something just for something to do. Catch you later. Where's all the get player stats? That's a good question too. But this should have all the times it's called, and yet it's calling at a time where how often is update stat called? I'm assuming this is getting called over and over and over if that's the case. Oh, wait. Of course they're being updated all the time. I'm stupid. Of course they are. That's because every time it changes for her curse, it updates. So it runs over and over and over. I might just make it where it just perpetually updates over. It worked really good on the HUD when I just had it where it was just perpetually checking the player stats. And I originally got rid of that because it was like a lot of extra calls. But now I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, that shouldn't be a thing. Also, this isn't even connected, by the way. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. It hasn't been collected for a long time. Oh. Because, you know, if it's just going to update over and over and over anyway on our stats, then it's irrelevant how I do it if it's just always going to do it. I guess those are updating every frame. But this method appears to leave behind a shadow version when it gets changed. But only when it sets it. Here. You know, maybe there's an extra space in how it's set up initially. Let me double check that too. That doesn't make any sense either. I'm probably just gonna have to do that. I can't think of any other way to fix this problem. Because it really just seems like a flaw in how it displays the text. And not like specifically something, but it just that it doesn't refresh often enough. So it leaves the old one. Which shouldn't do that, but... Yes. Is there a refresh option? Look expert now, it's not a refresh. I'll click it just to see if it does it. Because that's a problem. It's send the text the same way every time. I actually remember that one thing. When I thought this was causing the problem, but clearly it's not. When you haven't looked at a system in forever, there's not weird problems with them. Oh. I guess I'm gonna do it that way because I can't think of another way it's gonna work out. Right there, it does that, but then if I go to, like, you know, this menu here or something and then go back, that doesn't fix it. Map, maybe? I think if I went to another map, it'd probably fix it, but... Just break this one. I get the feeling fixing this might not be that hard. It was just figuring out what in the world it was doing. Now that I realize that it's... Oh, I forgot that part. I was like, this code should be perfect. It's literally the other code from there. I just
Copy pasted it over. It shouldn't be a problem.
And for reference, it's not. I forgot to grab the money. Oops. There you go. I'm just gonna do it this way. The other way was like dumb. It's a little heavier, but I don't know if it's that much heavier, and the other way doesn't even work right, so. There's a problem with the little super bar up here sometimes. These work pretty well. Probably just keep this. I don't care about the rest of it. Because I'm not using this update player stats anymore. I think that fixes that problem. I don't know what that was. To resolve that problem. And resolve the problem with the super bar sticking around when it shouldn't. The Magician Super now creates the blocks out of nowhere. I don't know if it won't pop you to pick up enemies or not. Maybe. Might be fun. Stay now for now. Just have nothing for them listed at the moment, so I'll just delete stuff that's in the way. I also keep them all into the same thing. Keep track of them better. All of my abilities that I'm not sure are gonna make it. Oh yeah, the Judgment phonograph I was working on that's not even that great. There's a bunch of abilities that are just kind of crap right now. That's part of why I wonder if there'll be 44 abilities or 66 abilities. Having more things to find is nice. Extra abilities is cool, but Oh yeah, that new man, I changed the video. I keep checking periodically. I changed the thumbnail and the title. I went from 21 to 52 in 4 hours. So views on this video have gone up. I'm learning something in my future tutorials. My brain's all over the place. I need to clean up more of these bugs and notes and things. There's so much crap I'm working on, and it's just a mess. I think it's the mountain now at this point, where it's like, I need to do this. Welcome back, Lepus. Some turrets float when launched. That's interesting there. Sure, I basically got this working, so that's good. And fixed some problems I didn't realize were there in the first place. I'm gonna leave that for now in case I ever go back, but I'm probably not gonna. I'm assuming the ones fly because they have a default movement that's a little weird. That one I don't want. The content browser here. I should have the Wally spawn someplace. I made a flying A and then use it. There's a fanfare for beating bosses. It's not particularly interesting, but you know. I have an idea to use data assets, so sort of idea. Let's make it around to ideas. I'm not sure I want a penalty for death in the game or not. Oh. Oh, I see. That's an idea. That's a secret idea, though. You guys don't get to know what that idea is. Shh. I don't want to spoil story things. Let's see. I think it should work well with those values I used to hardcode. Instead of looking for a specific blueprint, I put them all in down. I said that's fair. I mean, they're probably better than what I'm, in something. I mean, they have a purpose somewhere, I assume. There's so much crap to do here. Voodoo doesn't always drop the key. We should probably fix that. It's pretty important. Well, let's set Voodoo like 1 health or something. Not looking at what data assets even do. I usually just have map variables for things, and they just store everything I need to know about stuff. And then if it's really that complicated, there's a struct, but besides that, it's really easy to update. Health. Let's write down old 700 for Vu so I remember that she has 700. Get. Give her 1. Let's go test to make certain she drops that damn key. This does work. She's got to drop that key consistently. I can't have her not drop this key or it just kind of stops the game from working. Spawn everything in, sure. About to change that out of there. Not so much. Why aren't you spawning that key? For example, I'm forming the currency for mining multiple witches, and I have changed each one 1 day. when she's goal is no. Instead of she's right. That's fine. But I mean, you could just put that in a map variable too. Yeah, currency type, and then which one you want. But I mean, I think when I bought that UI thing, we made stuff like that. I think they used without data assets, and I promptly removed all the data assets. But I was like, these suck. Maybe that was my experience with data assets. I was like, these are terrible. I don't like it. Oh, do you not have a key? Is that why you're not dropping it? Did you work the whole time and I just foobarred this? Is that a thing? Maybe. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, you see, if she actually had the key, it would work. But now I should probably, well, actually, now I was gonna say I should probably look into more things and use them, but then I realized that if I can already do it without it, it's kind of pointless to use extra stuff, right? Like, if it can already be accomplished, it's better to just do it all the ways you know than pick a bunch of ways that you don't know because it might be a better. So I'm not sure I will look, but maybe. Question mark? Sure. No, she has it. I get the feeling my shop code isn't good. I mean, they're not actually a shop, but... I just use the same code for dropping items. I gotta see what's happening here. Like, I just have no idea. There's too many things going on here. So I need this. And I want to know what this do thing is saying here, but I really also want to know what this one is saying. Actually, to be fair, this do encounter here would be exactly the same, so I can just set this here. I'm gonna color this one different. I can't connect this up, can I? I can. Let's start with that. I just want to see what as we're dealing with here. Actually, I'm going to put this as like a different color. Actually, I might even do more, honestly. Get about it. Async load completed, sure. Quiet night in the old Twitch tonight. Some nights is like way more busy. Like there's certain nights of the week that seem real bad. Seems random though. That's not doing that interesting in the game at the moment. Well, this is more interesting than what I was doing for certain. Words. Word. Oh wait, why am I not killing her? Stupid. I'm supposed to kill her. That's the whole point of this. Looks like it's skipping the first one in the array. Is actually what's happening. Okay, so we skipping. So what I was reading, these two numbers were off, and it's just essentially skipping. So as soon as it gets too high for one, it does the other. So it needs to go back through one more time. So we skip in the first of the array. So the do encounter was in red. Why does it start at what? Like, this hair is like right in my middle of my face, just gonna hit my eyes. It's like take a set of scissors to it or something. It's annoying. This says 2. This says 1. No, that's fair. The do encounter would... No. Oh. Well, it says 4, and then this is 3. What if I just do that? Why is it counting so high to start with? Why is it skipping 1? Is the other question. Thanks for the follow, whoever followed. I'll say your name in a second. I just wanted to test this real quick. Come on. She has 1 health. I just want to see what she drops. I'm just reading this information. And that time it didn't even drop anything. Okay. It skipped one. Interesting. Thanks for the coalescence, Blue. How's it going? You're just in time to see me puzzle over why it's not spawning the first item in these arrays. Yes. Yes, indeed. I'm assuming it's not looping through here. The number didn't actually change on what was being displayed here, which is fair. This did cause one less scene to be done. I probably need to do N-1 here. This is literally just me going, hey, subtract 1 from it. I just didn't want to do it in a bunch of locations, so that's why it's like that. I clicked off it, I'm so dumb. It wasn't like the combat graph, right? No, it was in the death graph. It's pretty important that she spawns the key that unlocks the next area. Like, you kind of need it. I can't just not have it spawn that key. It would just be dumb. What is even going on there? She's just all like spider crawling to the side there. I have so many questions. That spawned 2 times, huh? It did the treasure chest but not the last one. Am I removing from this array? There's some real logic problems going on in here that just aren't the best, you know? Guess I have like this weird orange yet. Got a lot of things going on here, I think. I could test with anything besides Vu, but apparently nothing is dropping correctly at this point. But it's just skipping the first thing somehow. Figure out what's going on in my logic here that's so funky. Just I'll kill her with different things because it's fun to do. Not the most efficient, but sometimes it just gets tired of the same thing.
Okay, so we have that one now.
But this is less than that. Why does it not continue? It's less than that. Right? Do in here, which is... that is less than the orange one there. Okay. I have questions. Unless there's a cast fail going on. Let's double check that's a thing. Negative less than or equals. That's the other option. What's interesting is it's basically skipping the first one in the array. Today's weapon of choice is the moon. Well, the key spawned there that time. But now it's not spawning the other stuff, right? It spawned 2 of the items. Well, actually, to be fair, the others have a chance to spawn. There's no guarantee. It's only the key that has a 100% chance to spawn. Because if it doesn't spawn, you can't complete the game. I have chosen justice for this battle. I got my gat. 50 paces. Fire! Oh, you moved! Peter! Still got shot in the head, sucker. Yeah. This time I don't see the key. Is it random? Hey, Cody H. Morning to you as well. Do n -1 should... Why does this enter the array as 2? Like it enters this here as 2. Right? It was 2 there. There's 1 there. 2. 3. 2. These numbers are inconsistent. Why? It's this number here, the first one over here, which is literally this one right here, which is the do end counter. But a do end counter should be, well, the counter should be 1. Is there more do end counters someplace? Is it this, like, is something else adding to the number? That makes sense. It might be it's being trampled on by something else. I don't know what kind of theory it is. Because it's do encounters used in a lot of locations, so let's assume that it just needs to be not a do encounter, it needs to be a different variable name. We'll call this the item drop encounter. Block in the chat. You gotta be careful about using these in a lot of places. Otherwise, it leads to this issue of, you know, things trampling over each other. I'm not gonna make another macro, I don't care that much. Hmm. Kind of running out of weapons I haven't already killed her with. That's usually a sign that I've been at a problem longer than I want to be. To be fair. Oh, he's still two. We're never going back to that, so at least I can read that crap. This needs to show up as the counter needs to be 1. The do end length there should be that, but the counter should be 1. Why is it 2? I mean, this is literally the number you wanted to do. So the length of this should be, well, first off 4. I don't know why it's coming out as 2 in the first place. Well, actually, I was never checking this. I was checking that. So to make certain this is correct, then I can remove that additional print string. I don't need it if it's... Let me solve one mystery. I should basically do I need to break it up and just solve mystery after mystery because it's just... Yeah. So, okay, so we know for a fact that's 4. So there's nothing wrong with the length of that. So this I'm not concerned about. But the problem is, why is this counter at 2? I mean, it should exit as 1 every time. That's how they work. That's the basis of what it is. And that's why do n minus 1 is a thing, because the counter starts at 1, since it's just counting 1, 2, 3 like that. And it's supposed to do it x times, or n times, where n is, you know, whatever number you tell it, and it just runs through all the things. So I think I ran out of things to kill her with. Fair enough. Actually, I shouldn't kill her this. I haven't done that yet. What is even going on? Oh, I don't even know. Anyway, I should take a picture. What was even I registering that? I got the key that time. This time the numbers make sense. Right here, 1 and then 1 minus 1 is of course 0, so that should be those. So that's what should happen. Unless something else is giving it a false number. Hey, Omnitimber Gaming, how's it going? You're just in time for me to puzzle over why the numbers don't add up. I'm trying to make a boss drop a key that's a 100% chance to drop. And it's just skipping the first portion of this array for reasons I am uncertain. Anyway, how's your day going? Are you a game dev? Have you found the secret corner of Kick where the game devs hang out? Which I imagine is not a very big corner. True. Secretly hiding out here in the shadows. So the information it told me was this. This is the only one that has the key. If this works, the rest of this is exactly what it's supposed to be. Let's kill her with something different and test again. If it keeps working now, I won't even question why it works, because... not really the question why it works at that point. If it just works, I'm just saying, if it just works. Haha, you and your 1 health have no place here. Actually, I like killing her with the cube now. I think this is my new favorite way to kill her. My cube. Oh, she moved. You suck. You're supposed to die in 1 hit. Because it's so hard to hit her with this cube. It's like, okay, I guess I could do that too. I don't know why she's moving around, but again, now it did 2. The results are inconsistent, but how does a do an encounter spawn start with 2? The whole point of a do an encounter is that it starts with 1. And it looped through 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I just skipped 1. Okay. Is this like a known problem? Let's see. It says if you have tablet, turn on developer options, turn off background process, turn on Forex MSA, and point it at your computer. Plug in first. This could solve it. I don't need remote access to cast to the array. I'm not casting to any array. The array is literally on the thing. And if I want to do that, I would just use a, you know, an interface to pull it. But this array is literally on the thing. It's one of its own variables it's looking through. And it's finding the length of the array just fine. The problem is this do end counter. Because right here, it's printing this out here, but sometimes the do end counter starts with 2. Which shouldn't be possible, because immediately, like right around here, it goes and prints up, hey, before doing any other thing here, what number are we on? And it's going, hey, 2. And I'm like, but what about 1? And I've never seen a do end thing do that. Because it does it for the length of this, which is the number of increments, sure. And it finds that as 4 every time, that is fine. But there should be no means of this do end counter counting past 1. What are you even talking about, Cody? I mean, there's a ghetto fix, and then I could just skip the first slot. And that would fix the problem for now. Or just not put it in the first slot. It's not ideal. What does that have to do with anything going on here? This is literally when the game executes, it's running a do end. And the do end is skipping a number, which is not how do end nodes work. Do end nodes repeat a process X times and they have a counter, and the counter is what its an own internal counter is skipping a number. This is not a question of computer doing like too much in the background or anything. That's not it at all. This is not even remotely stressing my computer, and this isn't. You know, at first I checked some other things to see if these things were like recycling numbers, so I was checking this one here and seeing if it was being added to from somewhere else, but the do end counter is the problem. Which shouldn't be possible. Because it's not connected to anything, it's just the do end counter. Normally a random event means that something else is also doing something, but the do end counter doesn't touch anything else, it's just its own thing. The self-contained blurb. So I have questions on why that would be, because sometimes it does 1, but most of the time it starts at 2. Maybe I reset the engine. It's sort of random behavior, which is typically a timing issue. But I don't see how a counter of the do end counter on the print string could actually, with the print string attached to it, could yield a random result. Because I'm not adjusting that variable at all. And there it did 1. That's some interesting numbers there too. Didn't spawn the key though. 1, 2 things. Can you apply infinity and number slot perhaps? What are you even asking? Could I put any number I want in the end? Sure, I guess. That's the number of times it iterates. That's what this loop does. It iterates n times, and then the counter is which one it's on. And it starts at 1, which is the purpose of a do n. It iterates at x times, where x is whatever their n is there. So I guess n times, whatever n is. So it's kind of like a do once that just happens any number of times, and it has a counter that it keeps track of internally. And that's what we're measuring here against, is this counter. But that counter has not always been correct. Which I find to be perplexing, to say the least. I don't need these over here. These are unnecessary. The problem is entirely farther in here and not there. I don't need this right now. Because, I mean, even if it went through an extra time, it would still print the number. Well, the thing is this is an internal thing. It keeps track of its own thing. It's not tied to anything outside of it. This is Epic's own node. That's what's weird. This is its own node. It uses its own local variables inside it, and it doesn't... It's not touched by anything else. Nothing I do touches it. Basically, when it dies, it runs through this thing there, does n times, and then does the stuff inside it. There's two of these that look very red. Stop. Change this to white, please. I'm wondering if I'm confusing something here. Even if that's the case, it should have had a 100% chance to spawn. Where's the other red one coming from? The other red indicator. Is there another print string somewhere that I'm missing? I don't even know what you're suggesting over there. If you're wondering how the do end loops, it's just simply whenever it goes back to here, you can tell it when you want it to loop. Usually with the branch at the end going, hey, if this number's below this, then loop back around to the intro point here where it enters. And it's looping. But the problem is the number it's starting with is wrong. Which is what's confusing me, but I'm wondering if there's like some sort of other print text somewhere that's messing with it a bit. And I'm actually seeing the result of something else. It is not that, in which case there's nothing wrong with that node, but then the question is, first off, where is the other thing coming from? Second of all, why is it missing a print, why is it not putting the key out there with a 100% chance to do so? Got it. Okay, so that might help some. Now it's starting at 1. It wasn't before. As you can see, like it starts at 1 there, starts at 1 there. 1 there is fine. Starts at 2. Never says 1 because the red's the one we're looking at there. Did 1 that time. Did 4 this time. 2. And I was like 2. So on down. There was a bunch of... Actually, mine. 2 on that one. 1 on that one. So you see, it's inconsistent. 2 there. That's what's confusing. But what I'm seeing now is it's running the loop twice. And the first one's yielding nothing. So it actually is doing that part correct. But how is it doing it twice before doing the rest of it? Do I need like a do once on a do once? Is this a thing? There's already a do once here. So it can never do this a second time. Like, it can't initiate the whole command over again. It can only initiate it the one time. And then up here, this loops through itself. So... how did it do this? How did it run through this twice? And then this print string only once. There's a delay here, and I'm assuming the delay is causing an issue. Let's move the delay farther down. You do need a delay. Do I need a delay? I mean, I guess I do. I'm not sure that's a true statement. It might just be a statement. Oh, don't put it under cast failed. Well, cast failed has never come up, so I'm not really certain I'm worried about that. Like, this is a timing issue. It's just, the timing part's not the confusing thing there. It's why the do n was yielding a 2 to start with, for a node built by Epic. So it should do what it's supposed to without me having to change it, because I didn't do anything to the node to make it do anything special. I just placed the node in a print string to see what it was saying. But I'm assuming it was executing... I know how I was getting the 2 now. I understand exactly what was happening. I'll explain it in a second. Okay. Well, I have a good idea of what's going on. So, because it's multi-thread, whenever it hits a delay, it runs like the thing again. It just continues the code, right? Though it was hitting a delay specifically here with nowhere to go, so I kind of wonder how that happens. But typically speaking, then in some loops, or well, not loops, but it'll run the code again, and then by the time it resolves the print string says 2. So because it was after the print string was after the delay, it's doing that. Now, where it's running additional lines of code or how it's looping, I don't know, because it shouldn't. It's a do n with one way it's going, which makes no sense. But okay, so now the numbers look correct. So 1, 0, 2, and 1, that's fine. It's always supposed to be 1 less because of how an array works, right? Where, you know, the array starts at 0, and I'm trying to pull the first thing from the array. Hey, Acheron the Dev, how's it going? So we did spawn the key this time. I'm trying to solve a mystery of why this boss doesn't want to spawn this key that was the first thing in the array. Ran into a weird instance where the do n counter was starting at 2. Which should not be. Should not be possible. So that spawned, that spawned. I'll run the test again to make certain it worked. It worked that time. The other thing is the collectible key didn't always spawn, but... let's see, item cost is less than or equal to 100. I'm using the same shopkeeper code that I have the spawn thing, so I'm using it to just spawn all the stuff out, because the shopkeeper fills up their shop as well. This just spawns the things that you can pick up. So for the struct for this character, this item is listed as cost of 100, and since it then treats that like a the chance for it to be possible, as long as it's less than or equal to 100, of course it works. So it should work every time at this point. It just was a timing issue. Timing issues can be hard to figure out, but typically, I assumed it was 2 variables that had the same, like there was a do n counter and it was being updated by other ones as well at the same time somehow. Not some issue with a delay and the do end counter counting itself twice or something, which I didn't think was possible, but... Haha! There's the key. And percent chance on all those. I want to see a third time's a charm. I'm just going to run it 3 times. I think it's fixed by now. Actually, I'm a killer with Magician Cube. It's more fun. It's hard to do. Ha ha! And the key spawned, right? Yes. Fantastic. Okay. I don't know why you're tweaking out at what you're doing, but that's okay. I don't care. There. That's that solved. What a stupid problem. The fault is mine, of course. But I'm still uncertain how it was able to run itself multiple times with no gate for the code to go through. Like, it was literally like, there's only one line to pass. So how does it loop? With no, like, alternatives. It's not like there was a true false. It was literally looping before a print string that was after a singular delay. So it's some kind of multi-thread issue. But... I'm unclear how that could be possible in this scenario. That's okay, I don't have to be clear because it works, and now I know it's a thing. Good enough for me. Chat and reflection? I really don't know what you're saying half the time here. I would need explanations. Let me put Blue's health back to what it's supposed to be. Of 700. Hey, Coalescence Blue. Oh yeah. The fact is just... Well, I know timing issues are a thing. But usually it's when two variables are being altered by, like, you know, like 2 different locations are altering the same variable. If you recycle a variable or something, or, you know, one thing's just happening in the wrong order. I didn't know it could happen inside of one do-end loop. But apparently it can happen inside of one do-end loop. So be careful when you put that delay. If you put it too quickly in there, you might run into a problem. I've never seen that before, though, which is so strange. That's why it was so confusing. I kind of got hung up on the do-end loop just doing the weird thing for the longest time, but again, the problem was if the do-end loop starts at 2... But the fact that my initial print string test was what was wrong. That was why it was arriving at 2, was because the print string was after that delay. So it would actually run through it twice real fast, somehow, and then print 2. I was like, I was just very confused, but timing issue. Whenever something's random, it's always a timing issue. What sort of timing issue? Well, that remains to be seen, but always a timing issue. Oh, and thanks for the follow, Colossus Blue. I think I was in the middle of doing something and I was like, oh, I'll get back to it, and then I got hung up on something it did not. So some of these problems are really obnoxious problems. Some of them are just interesting ideas. Some of them are really obnoxious. I probably shouldn't be fixing this problem. There's a problem with Patrick I should be fixing, because I need to make this like a playable demo for to try to get an Epic Mega Grant. Which means I probably should ignore Chapter 2 entirely, because the playable demo won't even include Chapter 2, even though Chapter 2 has like an hour of content already. That's true. I should be fixing Patrick. Gotta focus. I have until like September 22nd or something to submit my Epic Mega Grant things. I would like to have that submitted not on the very last day, preferably. You know, maybe submit it maybe on like September 10th or something. You know, give me a little time in case something goes wrong. So go back to here. So Patrick has issues. And his issues are that he stops. And I don't know why. He just decides, I don't wanna. I'm not gonna fight fair, I'm just gonna start cheating. He's actually hard to hit him with. You gotta try to lure him over the dice. Yeah. Have you frozen? I gotta... The problem with this bug is you gotta get him to freeze, and that's kind of a challenge sometimes. It's random. So it's obviously... Well... It's gotta be a timing issue. Again, it's random. Well, there's a lot of timing issues to solve at this point, I'm seeing. Unless I fix it, I mean, I'm gonna try. I'll kill him off and see if he freezes even once. If he freezes no times at all, I'll just assume the problem is fixed until later. I haven't set in the third mode where he tends to break, so. I think the moon's probably not very good against him. Sometimes the moon is broken against things, other times it's just trash. A lot of it comes down to how fast they can kill the clones. And Patrick's pretty quick about it. I haven't seen him freeze yet. Can I fix this problem and just not take it off the list? Get blowed up. All these weapons are so bad against Patrick. Well, these particular ones are. Guess we're healing Patrick here. Fair enough. Alright. What are we gonna... Death is overpowered against him. A brawling weapon. If I can hit him. He broke there, actually. Finally broke, huh? Let's see if I get multiple instances of him breaking. It's like he's being interrupted or something, and during the interruption he refuses to recover. He's still moving around, so he's not broken. He's just moving. That I'm okay with. He broke there, though. I think I interrupted him. He has a built-in recover mechanic, so he will pick himself back up. But I don't want him to need that mechanic. It's just that there's a fail-safe built in. It's built into the Puppet Master itself to make certain that if an enemy is messed up, it gets fixed. It broke there again too, so it just starts breaking a bunch after a while. Well, actually, he looks like... No, he's moving. He's kind of walking backwards, but... Yeah, like... I think he's broke on an SR5 each time. Short range 5. Hey, Mad Duck Wizard. What if I plant him on the ground instead of having him float? I mean, I could. A lot of the floating is just so they're easy to see, to be honest. They broke an SR5 again. Might look better, maybe. I'll give it a try and see how it looks in a second. Yeah, he's broken on SR5 every time. I think we can assess that's fine. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see if I want to spawn there. Where'd I put those? Empress Graph. I can have it reposition itself, or I can have Poppet position it. If I have Poppet position it, it needs to basically be a new projectile type then at that point, and then it would just and get a navigable point in a reachable radius, something like that, and just get Z. That's probably what I would do. He's just thinking about his life choice when he motivates himself to start attacking. Yeah, that's probably fair. I mean, you know. Well, first I thought he was trying to trick me, but something with SR5 is screwing him up. There's a lot of weirdness going on behind the scenes there, if you know what I'm saying. A lot of weirdness indeed. Anyway, I was doing regular projectile up to this point, so I'm gonna borrow this crap. I mean, that's true. I have been throwing a lot of shrooms at him. It would be funny if those cause confusion, but the Empress already has 3 effects. I'm really not looking to give it any more, but I'm just saying. Get random navigable location. I get this here. Wait. This is what I want. I want the ground basically. So you get a navigable point there and it'll drop it there. I might pick like a small number like 50 or something. 50 is actually, we'll try it like that. Actually, what did I do on this one? I did... Oh. It doesn't matter because it's only going to pick the Z anyway, so I can pick like 1,000 or something and it's irrelevant. I used to have a thing where I tried to put like a scene at their feet or something like that in order to find these things, but I found that if you just have a nav mesh down, you could just get a navigable point, reach radius, and then just only go after the Z, and that will provide you where their feet are. It's crazy. Can be green, yay! Even though the Empress is not really green, but doesn't really matter. It's about mushrooms, yay! Make that crap up. Should have more alcohol. I haven't had any for a couple hours. Now I'm all sad. Doesn't make me solve my problems any faster, but makes it more enjoyable, if you know what I'm saying. I care less. Okay, and then the last thing you do for this is need to change in the tarot menu here too. Empress 3 doesn't actually trigger that, I don't believe. It's Empress 2 and the others, so... You're the Empress Mushroom now. Go over here, and this one here. Maybe. I don't know, I didn't think about maybe having a spawn on the ground. It's not something I thought about, but... It's not a bad idea. We'll see if visibility is the issue. That'd be the only question I'd have. It's like, maybe you might not notice them with all the enemies around them, but maybe you will. Okay, that is not expected. I did change them, right? I changed the right ones, I didn't change the wrong ones. We're now at 0, in theory. What are we saying here? What is the question? I really only care about Z, so clearly Z is in a bad location. Actually, never mind, just print this. And I also want to get the actor Z here too. This is so I can see if they're at the right Z or not, and then... Oh, this is a different color, because it's annoying if they're the same color. Try to figure out which one which. I mean, if they're identical, then it becomes irrelevant, but, you know. Then there's you. Where do you say you are? Actually makes it really a lot less good thinking about it. Because if it's on the ground, then anything like higher up can't even be hit by it. So you have a really low range. I don't know if I like that or not. Hmm. I just care about doing these right now. Those numbers are way off each other. Because these are, you know, the mushroom spawning 100 higher than this location. The Z, and then the player Z is there. The navigable point it's getting is actually not even very matching to the player Z, to be honest. Could give her another arrow as well. I probably don't want the camera as a thing anyway, right? The camera can be screwing it up. Because you're not going to drop it in the air anyway. I guess with the projectiles, you were dropping them in the air. But the Empress doesn't actually launch anything anyway. Hmm. But somehow the Z on this is way different. This one there said 1050. Which should make this projectile thingy up here that. Well, then that should spawn it. What in the world is going on here? Also, there should be an output. Wait, I don't need to capture object on that at all. Yeah, the cube captures itself. I shouldn't even need this for the cube. But you're just spawning a portal. So in theory, that'd make the portal capture. Was that doing that? Anything useful there? I'm double checking to see if anything useful on that. This might make it work better or worse, I don't know. Gotta test these things. Good to go either way. It actually does kind of follow for a bit. Yeah, it is way better. want to fix that too while I'm at it. Actually, it's probably on the Poppet Cube. I'd want to set the delay on that a little bit. Don't capture immediately. Capture it here. I think this will just be a visual improvement, but you know. Why not, right? I don't even need this ability till super late, but maybe in the demo I'll have an option to test all these abilities or something so you can just see what's available. Might be kind of cool. Well, now the cube doesn't kind of keep up, right? So it's kind of less good. It's a little bit better though, because the portaling where it's spawning it is there, and then you get the thing in your hands, so. But it feels a little slow. This should probably be like 1 second or something. The cubes are solid, so them moving slowly over to where they're supposed to be could cause some problems. Like, it's not supposed to be that way. Like 0.7 or something. Let's get it a little nicer. Might as well refine the ability. I haven't refined many abilities in this game. There's a lot of ones that are just ugly. They just operate very badly. If you run forward while doing it, it's a little awkward. Because it hits you. Which is a concern. You might need to capture faster than that. Or just be really quick. To be fair, you have to do this mid-combat anyway, so it probably won't be pretty quick. Well, the exit now does the thing there, so it doesn't even matter. Crap, what was he working on for a second there? Running forward's a little awkward. Because you can get caught in it. Well, let's raise the arrow a bit. Hey, Bruno, tell me where's it going? No, it's like behind me. Oh, actually, you know what I think I'm missing here? What's that? Good seems to work. Got some courage. Takes courage to work on this? Wait, what? I love working on this. What's this courage thing you speak of? We don't need no stick of courage. The arrow capture location is where it sits, so I'm not doing anything special. It still behaves kind of crappily, so I don't like it very much. That's better. It's really awkward if you summon it and jump. Depends if you're going up though when you do it. That seems to work okay. Better than it did. It's almost refined enough to be cool. We're trying to solve the mystery of the Empress. I'm not sure I want to do the Empress stuff though. The thing's sitting on the ground though. The biggest issue is really that at that point the radius to hit anything in the air is so bad that they kind of don't hit very much, because then the radius would just be this like area along the ground here, so it'd be like a little landmine thing. So I don't know how good that would be, but at the same time I kind of want to see if it is good or not, you know? And just maybe. So why was it not spawning at the other thing like that? I guess I just could play again and find out. This one. This one. Again, they're just not all the same numbers. I have questions. I'm not really putting the transform of this, but I guess I'll get the transform of that it's feeding it. I guess. I don't know why I need this one, but okay. I mean, because Arrow's spell is where? Right here, it looks like it's just putting it right where Arrow's spell is. Like they're straight up and ignoring the Z here. It's added in. Oh, because I'm going into roll. Why does it even need a different rotation? That's don't need that. Okay, let me undo some crazy here, huh? Yeah, it turns out that if you never adjust the Z and you just adjust the Z's roll, it does nothing. Derp. I do a lot of derp, you know? Don't worry about it. I mean, thematically, I think it's better. That's very true. That one floated up there, I guess, a bit. They kind of float up a little. All those numbers match perfectly. That's what we want to see. I don't know why they move up. They're scaling. This part works, so we can move past that. Ain't nobody need 9 million print strings anymore. I got this. I do like the idea of them kind of growing. It does. You might say it's growing on me. Sorry, I can't help myself. It's too stupid to not say. It's let's see. I don't need this information. I don't care. Well, this is only setting actor scale, so none of this matters on that. I'm not changing the transform. Is it just how it scales? It just kind of moves up by the nature of how it is? Is that the thing? Like, is it just because it's not low enough? It's possible. Okay, that speed is just too fast for what's going on here. We live in Tiny Land, okay? And in Tiny Land, that's too fast. I think it's just a little too high up. Okay, well, listen, I was kind of hoping for a little less down than minus 10? Why can't we do minus 1? I was just looking for like a couple down, yo. Maybe minus 3, actually. We'll do that. And if I scale it, where's it sit at? Okay, well, that's fine. We're scaling the whole thing, sure. It's a little cold now. It was like super hot in this room earlier. But now that it's like 5 in the morning and I've been running that fan for a while, blowing air from the outside, it's getting a little cold now. Might take a bio break in a sec. It looks like later ones start to get bigger, right? That one's down there. What if I aim up? Is that what the problem? No. How did some of them end up higher in the air? Like if you do it fast enough? I mean, it definitely looks better. I'll give it that. Except for sometimes they float up, which is weird. It just seems to be I do a lot of them. Thanks for the idea, Mad Dog Wizard. Definitely interesting. We'll see how it plays out, but I like how it looks better. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be back in a moment to solve the mystery of Patrick next. Oh, Patrick. Those things weren't even on my list, but yes, we'll look at the sky. Everyone likes the sky, right? Right.
I didn't realize how legitimately cold it made it in this room, but I got up and I was like, oh, whoa. I mean, it's pretty cold outside. But it's still summer, but it's pretty, yeah. Thanks for following Level Design Cafe. Can't even talk now. How's your day going? Alright. So I was thinking that, you know, if I had some sort of little other plants around it, like maybe some grass or something for the little Empress thingies, that might be kind of cool too. Now that they're on the ground, I mean, I'm just saying. Why am I testing here? Well, I guess I was testing against Patrick too at some point. Doesn't really matter, but... let me duplicate this static mesh here. We'll just say ground, I guess. I don't know what I have that will work as a ground though. This will come down if I can find something cool or not to do with it. Or anything else, I guess I'll do a quick save. I don't know why. That's just more mushrooms. Not saying I can't just use those, but I need some meshes that'll be a little more outdoorsy, if you will. Dreamscape stuff often has a lot of outdoorsy things, so... Find grass. That's true. Not a foliage actor, but grass might be fine. That's kind of what I was envisioning anyway, just a bunch of little grass or something around it, just like something growing with it. A little bit of nature in there, if you will. Well, let's use a grass clump here. That's... What is even going on with that? Huh. You know, when I put a static mesh on there, that was not what I thought would happen. Oh, it moves. Oh, I see. It's one of those meshes, huh? Well, I'm gonna see what happens when I plant it, because maybe it'll work out. Maybe it'll grow up and it'll go and look all cool. Sure. Why not? Oh, I'll just use a different grass. I don't know if I like that really better. I don't think so. Well, I mean, it's kind of like a little planted area. That's a little more than like growing on the ground, I guess. So maybe. What in the world? Whoa. I'm glad there's a party going on in here, but... Whoa, dude. It's okay, you can tone that down a little if you know what I'm saying. There's a little bush here, maybe? That's a foliage actor. There's some lively stuff. Wow. It's just playing this music in the forest. You're like... When no one's looking, this is what they do. A little weird, but okay. That's even weirder, by the way. It's like, doo-doo.
Do, 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 do. Right. I might just leave the other little grass there as a thing instead. I don't know if another one's even gonna look that good, but I was just trying to make decorate it a little, you know? As I look at all the various things in here. I just don't know if I have any ones that don't move because everyone makes their grass move. I could have some flowers or something, maybe. Maybe something along these lines that isn't rigged to move. What's going on here, buddy? That's not helpful. Maybe I should have the little plants on it or something like that and call it square. Just a little grass. I think it's fine. Not even sure that makes it better. And so I'm gonna have like little rocks or something. I really wanted like a little ground or something on it. Well, hear me out. Look at this. Gonna go in the Victorian house here and get tiling material here. The grass plane thingy. Not super ideal looking, but maybe that makes it better. I did need to go through and make a lot of these things better looking. They get rotated a bit. I don't like that. They shouldn't rotate. The rotation should be 0. My neck hates me. It does that. It does that. It just hates me sometimes. It's like, why do this? Don't know. Why this, then this. So, what's setting your rotation all weird, buddy? It should be set to all zeros, in theory. Let's do that. See what happens. Maybe it'll adjust everything and make it all good. Not really. It spawns every one of them on its side. Just the whole one, except for eventually they start floating there, which makes no sense that it's doing that, the air ones. Every one of them is rotated forward. Am I setting the rotation somewhere on this? No. Oh. There is a rotation zone. Why am I doing that? Is it just so the number appears so you can easily read the number? Maybe that's what I was doing. If that's the case, I probably just want to set the yaw, right? I basically want it to rotate around like this, but not every other way. But I can never remember which one's which, so, you know. Oh, you can't even see it. A lot of times it's in the air. Yeah, sometimes it gets a spot in the air, which is weird. And sometimes it just kind of plants itself in the ground. But as it grows, they end up stuck in the ground. Why'd the heel one stay around, but the other one didn't? Why are they in the sky? Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't do it fast enough. It doesn't get a reachable point or something. It's like it's too fast or something, or maybe it's just not finding one. Now, there's two things that are wrong here. First is that it doesn't destroy the actor, just destroys the mushroom, but wait, both these are destroy actor. How is that a thing? Why is this code different? For the emitter? That's it? Just the emitter? Both these say destroy actor at the end too. Yeah, after here, it doesn't matter anymore. Well, actually right after here. These should just be merged together. I don't know why I would want it to stay around longer for one or the other. They both finish the same way. I could set these as a variable here and then have it, you know, connect to one thing up here that plays the sound. I don't really think that's necessarily better. But then just set it there. It would be, I think, one extra set of nodes, so it would actually be worse. Even though it feels like it'd be more efficient. But usually when there's like 3 times you're doing something, it's more efficient. When there's 2 times, it's not. It just takes too much extra time to set it up. It's like, am I really accomplishing any of this? I don't know about that. Wait, why did I do that? Why am I going back and testing? I don't care about that right now. How can the Z be different? Well, I think the problem is because I'm picking a random within a certain range, it can go, okay, well, that one is higher up in the air, but you can reach it, so okay. This will prevent him from doing it in the air, though. I can also just subtract 79. Right? Like, there's Poppet at here. Yeah, it's minus 79. That one should probably just have an arrow it spawns at. That's true, I could just have an arrow it spawns at. Well, I'm already using green though, unfortunately. It's kind of awkward thing. You frozen there, buddy? Okay. Haven't done a brown yet, I guess. Ooh, arrow. Sometimes you click these arrow things and they just immediately loses all targeting, which is so weird. Not sure if that's my mouse or what, but it's definitely annoying. Yeah. That's my bad. Oh, World Transform is getting there, but I guess not. Doesn't matter. I only do this and the other thing's fine. Everything else is working anyway. Whatever. This method's probably gonna work better anyway. We combine this because I don't need to break it. I just imagine some village you go through and then the mushrooms start exploding. The mushrooms came for you. Trying to see if I can break it by spawning a million of them now. I think it's way better, actually, as far as how it looks. I don't know if it's actually way better as far as it functions, but like gameplay-wise, it might suck, but without a bunch of extensive testing, I'll never truly know for certain on that one. And then there's Patrick. SR5 is the problem. I'm pretty certain it's the clown head thingy. Yeah, it's just the fire clown head projectile thingy. I've used on a bunch of them, but I'm assuming that's where he breaks every time. It's just not firing these correctly somehow. I suspect what's happening is this duo encounter is not resetting. And you can't do a custom event in here. So sometimes it'll do this and then fail to do this, even though there's a delay on it, which should have fixed the problem. Because I noticed it seems like he just stops firing those clown heads at some point. So perhaps I should do this differently here. If it's not going to work after the fact, why can't I just do it beforehand, right? So I start with a reset, put a bit of a time limit on it, and then delay and run it. So this way it can never be broken because it can be broken. I no longer have to do this thing like that. It'll always reset itself first, no matter what. As a fun failsafe. It's a little awkward in the setup, but that's okay. Yeah. Bug's annoying. Sometimes you have to save before to let you move all the nodes at once. Don't know why. Let's go break Patrick, if I can. Might not be possible anymore. I might have fixed it. Might also just break instantly, in which case, you know, whatever. It be what it be. Let it be no more. I look forward to getting past this first chapter. I have fought Patrick and Vu so many times. I look for ways to make it interesting, but I'll go ahead and say, having fought him like a couple hundred times at this point, it's quite a bit. I should just be using this against him. And if they weren't breaking, I'd be relatively happy with them. I mean, Vu's got a little bit of wonkiness in some of her attacks. She's very wild looking, but they work. There's no real problems with it. It might be a balance a bit to make her a little less, actually, I don't mind if fight's long, honestly. Where'd you go, buddy? Phase 3 is kind of like that. This weapon doesn't have to be balanced. I tried to balance it with low damage, but I can tell you about it doesn't matter too much if you're just getting so much health. It's like, okay, cool. Neat, bro. This game needs air combos, but like stat. Just saying. Devil trigger. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm trying to interrupt him because interrupting him I thought was the cause, but maybe not. It's possible that's what's happening. He's in the middle of shooting the clown thingies, but then you interrupt him and then he doesn't know what to do anymore. But like I say, now it's just going to reset itself, so it won't even matter if I interrupt him in the middle of it. That timing issue would be irrelevant. Uh-huh. This weapon's very effective, but it's also not particularly fun. Like, I don't like this weapon. It needs something to make it fun besides just swinging it around and be like, look, every time I do damage, I gain... Yeah, health back. Yeah, it's good. I know. I get it, but it's not fun. Doesn't really inspire interesting combat, I think, is the issue. Like, all the other ones do something interesting, and this is like, nah. I just get close and hit them with it until they die. Cool. I guess. It would probably heal less than, like, it'd probably like heal half or something. It'll heal lower, but also to be fair, I don't really want to worry about balancing weapons yet, because I don't know what kind of environment this weapon will be given out in. I want it to be powerful because it'll be late game. I don't like if other weapons become useless though. Like, I do want them to have some use, but some things are going to get a bit outdated as time goes by. There's too many abilities to like get everything useful all the time. Some things are designed to be narrow on purpose. If I beat him without him freezing, I consider the fight fine, and I'm just moving on, probably. He does so much damage. Actually, it heals so much. Heals way too much. He hasn't frozen yet. To be fair, Patrick doesn't have to deal with this weapon because you're not supposed to have this weapon, so I don't really worry about his AI being unable to answer it. It's like moving crap against the moon. It's fine. Because of the nature of how different each weapon... I clicked off the thingy. Oops. It's weird that I can do that sometimes. I don't know why. Kind of annoying. So he works to me, and I got the chapel key. Perfect, so that worked as well. Great. Easy fix as soon as I thought about it for a second. I remember trying to do this the other way around, whereas the sequence was after. It just was not working. No way it was going to happen. But if you reset one to start with, it's genius. So that scratches that problem off the list. An important fix for certain, because that was pretty lame when the boss just stopped working. I could use a different animation for the Empress when it plays it and everything like that, because right now I'm just using the same animation for every one of those types of things, and I probably should swap them. Probably want some sort of thing where she bends down to place it, I would assume. I don't know how well that would even look though, because of the fact that there's it's blended with their other thing. And what's the worst that happens? It might as well look, right? Actually, I was on the right graph. Damn. Mistakes were made. Oh no. Must always sound like you're falling no matter what you do. Oh no. Guys. Why do this thing? Eh. I already have a montage to play. I literally can just drop in whatever I want. It's literally rigged to do exactly what I already wanted it to do. I just never put anything in because I didn't see any point. At the time I wasn't worried about it, but you know, listen, it's time. It's time. I was using a two-handed attack animation. Should be some cast animation. Little weird. Climb the ground. That doesn't really seem like, you know, anything like we're planting a plant or something, but I question how many casting things are going to look like you're making a plant grow. I mean, I guess you could do the default raise your arms and raise your hands in the air like you just don't care kind of thing, but when you do that and it just goes and drops a little crappy mushroom, that doesn't seem particularly interesting. The summon animation's not bad. You like the same thing? Oh, these are those ones there. I should probably put them in these ones here. It's like 64 in there. Wait, yeah, this one's like duped up and weird. I don't know. I was trying to make them a little less confusing in how they were set up. I like the idea of replanting something, so the summon one might not be terrible. I might just use this as the default for them. Kind of wanted to touch the ground, basically. Oops. Where's the other one? This one. I only have so many animations. But she can still like she's in the same one for both, I guess. It doesn't matter that much. I don't have that many ones where she does the ground anyway. Or I guess I can have her pound it instead for purposes of making the fire one. That what I want to do? What's this? Looks like she's taking a dump. Nice. I suppose that's an option, but that's kind of not what I was aiming for. But, you know, it is an option. It's not like the worst, I guess. It really looks like she's just pounding the ground, though. I don't know. She has it in her right hand. I think I decided she was right-handed or something. Not left-handed. I guess I can try the ground pound and see how it goes. I don't know. Create an anim montage for that one, and then run over to Poppet's third one here and just add it in. Just so it looks different. I'm not sure I want to speed him up or not, but we'll see. I may borrow a bunch of animations out of the Paragons. I have to get them all again. Set it all up. Those look basically the same. Like the punch the ground, the touch the ground. I mean, it's a little less like ridiculous looking, I guess. It's definitely better looking than it was, that's for certain. The Empress has needed a facelift for a while. The wand still looks like trash, but kind of hovering a little. I think they look fine. Especially when I'm sending you on a list of things I need to fix. Some turret enemies float when launched. Wait, which ones? Pretty certain it was the other ones there. These ones here. I know the pipe cannons don't. I'm pretty certain it's just the default from that problem. Yeah, I think it was just certain ones that were flying for that reason. They were over in this one here. Oops. You walk. What about you? Do you walk? Yeah? Actually must be a problem, but like they would do that, right? The ones here don't. I thought it was in the second chapter they did it because there was certain enemies there. I was across it off my list of things that are a problem. I start locking all the level stuff in place. It's kind of a pain to do that with like over 2,000 actors. These already fly, so I'm not worried about them. You don't float. I actually use that weapon because that causes him to float. You float. Oops, don't do that. These have an alternate death, so maybe I just have something on alternate death that's weird. Would you fly? Well, the character gets launched by the weapon, so it's not even under damage so much as being launched. Well, it's the weapon that's launching them. Let's look at weapon parent, see what's going on. Launch target. I remember I have 2 of these ones. Maybe turrets shouldn't be launchable. Like they're stuck in place so you can't move them. Though those said walking, they default to flying. I guess after a launch I can sit there and tell them to go return to their mode. What if I do that? Wait. I have to account for flying enemies. Wait. You're like also set to walking. How is this set up really? Set up character. The default's to flying, right? That's what, yeah, flying is the default. And this just prevents him from falling through things when the H load is doing its thing. Which is fine. Kept this in case I put the saveable mechanic back in, but I probably won't. Default movement mode, okay. That means that these Scully Boys have a default movement mode of flying. No, that's the wrong one. It's Mr. Skullhead. Hey, Ampex Conqueror. Oh, not a whole lot. Trying to figure out why certain enemies float after they get hit. Yes. Enjoying some fine pale ale while I do it. It won't help me improve my skills, but it does make solving bugs a little less bad, right? I don't even mind solving bugs. We just need to account for when enemies are after they've been launched. Combat graph. So, okay, default movement mode. Yeah, they already go flying. Hopefully this fixes the problem a bit. Prevents them from just floating forever. They've taken off into the stratosphere. They do that. Time to send some things flying. Perfect. How come you can just kind of slide forever? Well, it stopped eventually. It just has like no weight or something. Getting wailed on here trying to watch this thing. I think it spawns a few too many enemies here. I just thought I'd point that out. Aren't you dead? I guess it is a super enemy, so they have a lot of health, but... This thing launches so far. I think it might launch too far. No. At least they don't fly. That was the goal. I don't care if they might, you know, get knocked a bit by that weapon. Sure, whatever. This thing could be cleaned up a lot if I wanted it to be. And then there's an issue with them not spawning on something. This is a hard one to test. I don't even know how I can test this one because it's so infrequent. It might just be at one of the bugs I watch, where sometimes it just doesn't spawn things. I'm gonna see if I can sit there and break it by going in and out of the in and out of the playroom. Sure. All right, so we're all here, blah, blah, blah. That's great. That's wonderful. Actually, I should be trying to mess with it, the Hierophant. That was weird. Bounced in a weird way. Sometimes doesn't grab these very well. I gotta give those funny little like laughs or something, you know, just make it interesting. My sanity back real quick, just so I can get rid of these things and I can see again. One of these days I gotta do a sound effect day where I just replace all the sound effects in the game. So basically if you just go in and out too fast is the problem. Is what I'm seeing. Without leaving. So I get far enough away. Should reset just fine, I imagine. Yeah, it's fine then. So basically it's if I drop and then come back in before they all despawn. It breaks them.
That's exciting.
I'm just gonna go ahead and close a bunch of these. I've looked at those enough. I've done a bunch of improvements today, even though I spent a bunch of time just chatting. I didn't actually do anything on for like I think 2 hours, but there have been improvements. Mostly. Good. One second. Stupid Kick is all like, bro, you're not logged in. It's like, I'm literally streaming right now, Kick. What the hell? I've been streaming for hours, but you're not logged in. Was I streaming? So many questions for you. So what's up? Please re-log in. Okay. I'll get right on that. Please authenticate that you have re-logged in. Okay. Right. Okay. Now that this Kick has decided that I am actually... Now that this Kick is... It also automatically defaults with the audio being played. Why it's a thing. Okay, disaster averted. Kick is now working again. I'll never understand. They're relatively new as a platform, I guess, so I can see where might be issues. So. So what's happening would be on box overlap here. Where's the box for this anyway? Like, then the end overlap is actually like way out here. Not what I was trying to type, but sure. Maybe if I speed up the despawn speed, so this way it forces you to have to, well, it runs through the despawn really quick. Well, it's spawned in this room, so that can be part of the problem. Okay, well, that's not where I want to stand. It's gonna make that hard to test. Oh, that's weird that it bounces you like that. This is gonna be one of those timing problems all over again. right here. It's starting a despawn thing, but doesn't finish the despawn. So you leave and it screws it up. Oh. But yeah, if I want to go through all the trouble to do that, I don't know if I want to bounce to a different problem that's a little less print string centric. So I suspect it's going to be quite the problem on this one. I'm going to sit there and put a lot of those in, whereas some of the others might not be so bad. It's okay, rather I'm going to probably another 15 minutes or so. I got to go to sleep a little earlier because I had to be up for work, so I won't be able to stay up as late as possible tonight. Might actually stream on like Saturdays or something as well, because I don't know, streaming 5 days is a lot more fun for getting the game done, or a lot better for getting the game done. Whereas I have like hair in my eye or something. You know, doing videos doesn't really get me a lot of views, which is originally why I was taking the day off the week just to do videos. But maybe that's the right call. Maybe I just stream 4 days a week and then do the others so I can get, I don't know. Maybe I do both. I didn't have a job. Oh, this one's gonna be a mess. I can already tell. Not sure this will work out better or not. Let's hope we fix the problem. Go wash my eye out here. It's being. It's feeling there's something in it. It's really annoying. After this test, I will. I should let everything spawn in first. That was dumb. Okay. Okay, well that's too long of a wait, but it works. Wash my eye real fast, put it back. Okay. Let's test this out with 5 seconds instead of the other. Oh, sorry, 2 seconds instead of 5. This used to be set up originally so that you couldn't despawn all the enemies that were in there and keep getting through the rooms really quickly, but now the encounter system handles the enemies, all it's despawning is the stuff that's not terribly relevant for that kind of thing. It's all just platforms and things. I could probably make this a lot simpler than it was too. It was an old system that I was proud of at the time, but like many of my old systems that I was proud of at the time, they're not very good later. Well, that solved the problem at least. No one of this weird half-broken thing. Now, if you fall out of the distance at all, then it just respawns them in. It's a little wonky. It's not the most ideal. I could probably get away with having it be a smaller number even than that, to be honest. I have the despawn speed set at 0.01, so... Unless there's like 50 things in there, it wouldn't even matter if I set it at 0.5. I don't see myself ever spawning in 50 things. But to be fair, I'm not sure. That room has quite a few by comparison to most. That's 41, so it is possible I get close. It's a ghetto solution, but it does fix the problem. It's not very ideal, though. Because you'll leave the room, come back, and then suddenly they'll spawn in again, but they might despawn if they're already there. I mean, it fixes the problem. It's not my favorite, but it does fix the problem. Well, I can set up a different animation for talking and things. I'd have sound effect day where I just go through and do all sound effects to make the game have them. It'll go from like almost silent to nobody shuts up. It'll be great. The Empress already has a thing when she uses the ability, right? No, it doesn't. It has a thing for when you cast the thing, but the abilities themselves aren't rigged into this. The interaction system here covers a lot of the traversal abilities, right? Sometimes you just account for all this stuff in advance. And then just, I'm too lazy to deal with putting any kind of assets in yet. Soon though, soon. But doing it today. After all, I need to spend the next month just ironing out this so much to the point that the first chapter is just the best. So I can use it to get that mega grant, because the second chapter isn't going to be that relevant for a while anyway, and it won't be nice looking for a bit, but this first chapter, if I take another month on it, it might just win me like $25,000 thing that I'm looking for. I'm only going to apply for like 5 to 25,000. I don't think I'm going to get more than that. Unless I can somehow justify it when I go through budgets and things like that, but I mean, if they gave me $5,000, I wouldn't be like, oh man, this sucks. I'd be like, hey, thanks for the 5K, bucko. There's never any point in my life where someone's handed me $5,000 and I thought to myself, yeah, this sucks. Hey, animations. Well, there's over 1,000 animations in this particular RPG thing, so, you know, there's that. Okay, so what are the animations I need? There a talk animation here? There most certainly is talk animations. Hell yeah. What do we got? Show me the funny, show me the money. That one's okay. That's maybe not the best. It's like they're getting angry. I don't want her to get angry at everything, I just want her to talk. Okay, that hand motion, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Well, I'm also going to go ahead and imply it. Yeah, that hand motion. What you doing there, buddy? I see. Alrighty then. Good for you, pal. Alright, and then the other ones are probably all just going to be spells. This is like cast or something like that, I imagine. Got a lot to choose from. She has the wand in her right hand, so I'd rather she wave the wand directly at it, so if you cast R. It's like an armed cast, I think. Sure, this will be fine for, I guess, like the moon or something. I guess. Pretty good for the Empress. And then this is to pick up anything. What's this? Let's see. A lot of interesting ones here. Probably something along those lines is perfectly acceptable. I realized I changed the whole system there, so use gameplay tags, so. There almost needs to be a delay before she talks. And the delay can just be the length of the animation. Oh yeah, he knows. I'm not sure the dialogue thing is all that great. It's kind of long. She's kind of spazzing out a bit. At least that's what it looks like to me, so... Swap it out.
Maybe never mind on that. Maybe only a slight delay on the ones that are on this one here, and not a big delay. I could set up a play speed too. I guess to be fair, I could actually set up all the animations inside of the tarot thing too, which I probably should do. It wouldn't work for dialogue. That's the only one that doesn't have one, but... Okay, there might just be no reason to be a dialogue one. It just doesn't look very good. Uh-oh, I see. Let me fix this bug too. Silly phone camera having problems. I'll probably play a sound effect too. I don't have any voices for her yet. Yeah, I'll record some AI voices for her or something, just so I have something to play, and then I'll swap them later. Like, I might be okay with the sound effect playing. I think I'll leave it for now, even though it's locked. Because the sound effect playing, it might be okay. It might look fine, and then you'd be like, well, that's not too bad. Potentially. I'm okay with that animation. But I do wonder why the animations aren't just directly inside of the tarot thingy. It seems kind of stupid. Like I say, it's outside of the dialogue one. That's the only one that actually doesn't have a tarot thing. I could just put that in the tarot graph too if I wanted. That's fine. How are they moving around again? I thought I fixed that. I guess before I do launch him now. What's the last one? I'll worry about that in a second. Um,
Just those nice to test the moon? Sure. Where was the moon? Down here. There's a moon on this area. Right here. I'll have to hide something inside here so you have to come back with the moon. Just so you remember. There will be reasons to backtrack in this game. That looks pretty good. I mean, it's better than the same one for everything. I'm not too concerned about making this one better, though. Yet. I should probably spawn a particle, though. Which almost really needs to be more like the Magician, where it does an interaction check from there instead of doing... Well, wait, doesn't it do that anyway? I have so many questions. It does do an interaction check here. Well, why do I need this? It already has one here. This is why I need to standardize a lot of these things. Too many of these systems have kind of been all haphazardly thrown in, and it just leads to not great. There's a lot of weird going on. Nice. Well, it doesn't really matter. Here, I was just playing the animation twice for no reason. Now it only plays if it works, instead of just playing for the hell of it, which is not bad. I mentioned the moon has one too. Yep. We need to have this twice. I gotta give a wand to the Magician. Of all the things that needed a wand, the Magician needs one. You know, instead of a witch hat, it almost seems like it needs a top hat, right? Like a stage magician would be probably a lot cooler than a weird witch hat. I've kind of wondered why I've had the witch hat. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of iconic because Poppet was a witch character originally, like a witch doll. So I've kept it because of that, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if it'd be better than a top hat. I don't know if I have a top hat though, to be fair. It has been pretty iconic so far though. I mean, I could just do a quick, you know, like a let me see. Because it's usually like a black
rod along with the, like a white end to it, like a white cap to it, and then often like a little pummel thingy on the end would be what I would assume a magician's wand could look like. Of course, it could just be any wand for Poppet, it'd be fine. You know what? It needs a wand. I'm tired of it not having a wand. Of all the things that needed a wand, it most certainly is the most wand necessary one of the lot. You'll do. Where's the magician? Does it not even have one? Wait. Where in the world does your hat come from, if not from there? That's a good question. Where does your hat come from? There really is a lot of polish you can do in these games. Like, it's amazing how much extra polish there's in there that I didn't think about. I have it under Poppet Hat. I don't know why it's under her hat. That's weird. But go ahead and put it here because Poppet Hat is not a tarot card. Thank you for playing. Not a tarot card. Sorry. Update redirect references because wait, it failed to load some. What's your failed to load, buddy? Buddy. As long as you can fix this one, I don't really care. Whatever you're doing is just dumb. Okay, sure, whatever. When I set up the like the pool and everything, it's done in this order, right? It's yeah, the hat's second. I'm gonna clone off one of the other ones that already has a wand. High Priestess has a wand. And a head socket will be second, sure. Basically, you just replace this little crescent moon with another, you know, cylinder. Shouldn't be that complicated. Let's call this wand end, sure. I'm just doing some plastic glossy and call it square. It doesn't gotta be anything too special. Not very pretty looking though. And then I can put some sort of symbol on the end if I want. I don't know what, but maybe something decorative can go in the end to make it kind of cool. Can easily get changed later, but I think it's usually just some sort of like
arcane looking thing, and that's good enough.
Offer me some ideas, buddy.
Doesn't even have to have an end on it, to be honest. Just delete the end to call it one. Okay, this plastic is too gray. Maybe something along those lines. Even that's kind of a little meh. I could make it glow if I want. You know, one is like these ones here where it's a little brighter, maybe. Alright, let's do it right and do it in the room where am I even at? I don't even know where I'm at. The most fitting room for a new magician weapon. Nice. Did I mess up the moon weapon? I think I did. Nice. Fair enough. Let me just, oh, wait. I named that one the magician weapon, and then this should be... I named them wrong. Why in the world is that what's you're equipping? Oh, because the other one's got the wrong name too. I just named them incorrectly, so that's the moon weapon. It's not ideal. I don't really like it very much, to be honest. But to be fair, magician weapons usually aren't very, magician wands usually aren't very ornate, in all honesty. I mean, that pentagram is like the brightest thing in the history of the world. What happened? Might duplicate this thing because it's tight. Might keep the really bright one, maybe. That's Sprite. Oh, I'm dumb. Gotta select it and replace this one. Ugh, thank God. That was just driving my eyes nuts. I'm like, why? Why would it be that way? I mean, I know why it's that way, because I added all the assets just to double check things and make certain they were... Actually, I wanted some of the assets back. Pulse okay, we'll do 0.5, maybe make it a little less. Nuts. I mean, to be fair, I could put that on the wand if I want, but it would have to be on like a cube or a sphere or something, so it wouldn't be absolutely ideal. But if I wanted to, could have like a cylinder, right? Well, it's, yeah, cylinder, yeah. Do this here. Grab this. We have to have 2 cylinders. And then we can have like black plastic on it or something. To be like that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. That wand end looks kind of stupid. Maybe I swapped the two, right? Curious. Any more arcane symbols? Well, it's definitely better than it was. What am I caught on? Oh, I know. The one is collision on these cylinders. I was like, wait a minute. Why can't I move to the side? That's why. That's it. That's the reason. Fix that problem. I need more melee weapons. Don't have very many of them. Strength probably needs to be a melee weapon just so I have like something that's a reason to even get close. Otherwise, Poppet just has like wands. And to be fair, you know, she's basically a magical girl for all intents and purposes, right? I mean, she gets tarot cards that give her magical powers. Come on. She's a magical girl. So her having wands seems completely fair. It's just the Fool is pretty funny, and therefore should keep that kind of stuff. Well, it's good that it has an ability. Yeah, it actually came out surprisingly good with just the symbol on it. And because the symbol on the swallow, it's actually fitting. The one at the end's kind of a little strange. I definitely need more arcane symbols. I'll have to come up with something for that. That's cool. Unexpectedly quick weapon. Wands are so quick to make. I should wrap it pretty soon, all things considered. It's been 8 hours and 34 minutes, and I need to get up and be ready to go around 2, which is 7 hours from now? Well, actually, I need to be at work 7 hours from now. The other way around, you know? That's true. So true. Also, this thing keeps saying battery low mirror, so let's take it out of mirror. I'd swap them, but the reality of the matter is it probably won't stream that much longer, so. If I didn't have to go to work, I would probably stream another hour and a half. Maybe longer, because I don't really feel that tired, but I know I'll feel tired when I try to go to work. I did this. For some reason, I'm not even sure bugs anymore. I gotta rework Patrick's room because it's boring now. It used to be that I got to use enemies as part of, like, you know, how the environment was set up. But now, because the encounter system just spawns wherever it wants to spawn, it doesn't really... I can't do that anymore. I have to make the rooms more interesting. Let me look into this enemies flying around like idiots every time I kill them. That's just stupid. We're gonna be adding the tag dead somewhere around the line. Yeah, like, I thought that was a thing. If they have the tag dead, they shouldn't be able to be acting. You know, they should be dead. How are they able to still keep moving? Here they don't even have movement. Stop movement immediately. It's literally a thing in here.
And yet they're sliding around.
Hmm. Maybe if I set the velocity minimum higher so this way they can't slide longer. I want him to leave blood wherever they were at. Like once they hit the ground again. Which what's caused the problem so far. That just went forever. That launch is way too strong. What's up with that? It's literally this thing over here on launch character, right? If I break this, we stopped. We didn't spawn the blood anymore. What broke the blood spawning though? It was literally working earlier. It's not really stopping them. How are you able to get commands if you are dead? There's literally a check here if dead, right?
Stupid thing is saying battery low as well.
I guess I'll swap them. This is death waiting room thing. That's the problem. Makes a follow sternal reflex. How's it going?
Kind of followed almost at the end of the stream, but I appreciate the follow.
Yeah, I don't know what's causing them to be able to slide like that. There's a can act option.
Right.
Even can act checks to see if you're dead or not. Huh. So every one of these is checking to see if they're dead. Yeah, the only thing it's not checking is if the move to option. This removes can act at the end, right? Yeah. This is gonna have a death check too. It's kind of excessive. But something is just allowing them to continuously move, and it's awkward.
It's probably a problem for tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to solve it in the next, handful of minutes.
I'm supposed to watch, see what happens. Yeah, I don't get how they're able to get a command like that. That's a tomorrow plan. I'm gonna have to go through each step of the way and see where they're gaining the logic for it.
And I got to be up. We'll have to be at work in less than 7 hours, so.
I'd like to get 6 hours of sleep. That's usually my goal. If I get at least 6 hours, I'm happy. Less than that, well, work out.
But I'll be back tomorrow. About 9 hours before now. Maybe a little earlier than that, actually, to be honest. Because I started like half an hour late today for, you know, conflicting with work. So. Anyway, for the people that know, the game's called Poppet Quest. Like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, you know, whatever. Or don't if you don't want to, man, it's fine. I appreciate you watching either way, just the same, so. I'll catch the YouTube and kick people later, and then I'll send the Twitch people over to raid someone. So, bye-bye YouTube and kick people. I'll see all of you tomorrow.